Hello. Hello. Ma'am, voice is audible. 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 Check. Audible. Hello. 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 Sir. Sir. One finger to me.
ವೈಭವ್ ಸರ್ ಬಂತ
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
You take the mic, ma'am. Hand mic. No, it's fine. We can just place it in between.
Shifting will create lot of.
I can just say thank you, Professor Weber. You can lean there and you can see. Fine, ma'am. Let me start first.
Hello.
That works.
Hello.
That works. This also works.
For yourself. And concentrate this. I will take completely. Or you take this, I will take.
I don't want them. We'll try once. Come. Just all we have to do is lean. That's all. Put it here. Thank you, Professor Weber, for the recitation of shloka, which infers the call of. Sharmana?
Testing. Testing.
It works.
It's audible. It's audible. It's audible. So call him once to check to my.
Weber sir. Weber sir. ಬಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಏನಾದರೂ ತವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಏನಾದರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಲ್ಲ ಶ್ಲೋಕ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಹಲೋ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿ ಚೆಕ್ 1 ಚೆಕ್ 2 ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಫೈನ್ ಶ್ಲೋಕ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದೇ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್
ನೀವೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ಲೋಕ ನೀವೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಂತಿರೋದು ನೀವೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ಲೋಕ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ದೇ ಬರೋದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವೈಭವ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ರಿಸೈಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿವೈನ್ ಶ್ಲೋಕ ಓಕೆ
ಯಾವುದಿತ್ತು ಸರ್ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ
ನೀವು ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ
ಸರ್ ಇದು ಹೈಲೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀರಾ ಬೇಕಿಲ್ವಾ I get the problem here. I forget to say assistant professor.
Ma'am, if you do any mistake, just cover it up. Don't worry. It's not that they're going to come and hit us. Sure, Mana. Thank you, Professor Vaibhav, for recitation of divine ಕೇಳಿಸಿದ್ಯಾ
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ
ಸೌಂಡ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ
ಅವ್ರು ಬೇಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಕಿಚ್ಚಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ವೈಭವ್ for the recitation of divine shloka, which infers a call for peace, oneness and happiness. It is chanted to calm the minds of the reciter and environment around.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all.
With a warm greeting to each and every one of you, we welcome you to the Women Achievers Conclave for celebrating women around us in business, profession and society here at Dayanand Sagar Business Academy today. Professor Manoj Kumar
And me, Assistant Professor Ramya Janardhan, ceremony for the event today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your precious presence.
Absolutely. We would act as a beacon to guide you through today's invaluable intellectual explorations as we travel through the insightful presentation and stimulating discussions. Let us remember that our purpose is to honor women achievers today. Lama.
We have achievers from different fields amongst us to motivate and celebrate the spirit of womanhood.
Dear women achievers, we have insightful chief guest to enlighten us today in celebrating your hard work and achievements as well as the camaraderie that has been built over the years. No, ma'am, I'm just checking its synonyms as well.
Without further ado, let's now start our program by welcoming the guest. I take privilege in welcoming Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, our chief guest for today, Ms. Natasha Sagar, the guest of honor, and our driving force, Dr. Veena K.N., Principal DSBA. I request Veena ma'am to escort the guest onto the dais.
Just right spirit, I guess. Spirit.
Sir, read this out, na, camaraderie.
Ma'am, ಈಗ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, but when it comes to reading, no. ಅವಾಗ camaraderie
Comfort alla, then. Hello. So this is on?
Sorry, David. Camaraderie. Okay, let me try that once, ma'am. Okay. ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. Dear women achievers, we have insightful chief guests to enlighten us today in celebrating your hard work and achievement as well as the camaraderie that has built over years.
Without further ado, let us now start our program by welcoming the guest. I take privilege in welcoming Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, our chief guest for today, Ms. Natasha Sagar, the guest of honor, and our driving force, Dr. Veena K.N., Principal DSBA. I request Veena ma'am to escort the guest onto the dais.
Let us join our minds to the Almighty and seek His grace on us with invocation song by Anjali and Padmaja from BCA Thirteen. Thank you, Anjali and Padmaja, for invoking spiritual aura around the event.
Symbolic movement of lighting the lamp signifies dispelling of darkness and igniting the thoughts and enlightenment. I request the guest to conduct this auspicious beginning as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the embodiment of knowledge.
A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guest for leading this auspicious beginning, for reminding us of our collective efforts, commitment and knowledge, harmony and progress.
Words of welcome fills one's heart. I now request Head of our Unit, Principal Dr. Veena K.N. to address the gathering.
Thank you, Veena ma'am, for such a warm welcome. It is my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us at the conclave. Ms. Sridevi Raghavan is a founder and a principal of Tattvamasi Coaching and Consultancy Private Limited. She is one of the finest sales and strategy consultant and an inspiring leadership coach who worked as a management professional with 2 decades of experience from varied backgrounds spanning from banking, courier, real estate and automobile. She is a proud alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and she is an active member in the board of governors. She is a recognized life coach in organization development. She is one of sought-out trainer in the business. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our chief guest Sridevi Raghavan with a bouquet of flowers. I request our principal Dr. Veena K.N. to do the honors. Send it. ವೈ ಟು ಡೂ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಎ ಮೂವಿ ರೈಟ್. ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಣ್ಣ ಬಂತ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಬಿಸಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸು ಸರ್ ವಾಸು ಸರ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಹಿಯರ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್.
ನಾನು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. But we'll be using only one mic. Yeah. ಇವು ಬೇಡ ಸಿಂಕ್ರನೈಸ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್. ಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಜೀಬ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಸಾಂಗ್ ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ ಈಗ. ಒನ್ ಲೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದೇ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ AC ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಥರ
ಒನ್ ಇದೆ.
ಯು ಜಸ್ಟ್
ಒನ್ ಲೈನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ಮೋದೆ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ, ಮೋದೆ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ. ಸರ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾಂ ಓಕೆ. You try again? I'm really listening. We'll try again. We'll try? Yeah, there. ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ, ಮೋದೆ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment she put her phone.
अगोड़ा पे मिलेगा लो रेट्स ऑन फ्लाइट्स इंटरनेशनल एंड डोमेस्टिक। अगोड़ा पे मिलेगा लो रेट्स ऑन फ्लाइट्स इंटरनेशनल एंड डोमेस्टिक।
खुद का
ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಬರಲ್ವಾ?
शन्नो मित्रश्शं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वाम् एव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् ॐ शान्तिः 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 थैंक यू
Thank you, Professor Vaibhav, for the recitation of divine shloka, which infers the call for peace, oneness, and happiness. It is chanted to calm the minds of reciters and the environment around.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each one of you.
With a warm greeting to each and every one of you, we welcome you to the Women Achievers Conclave for celebrating women, us in business, profession and society here at Dayanand Sagar Business Academy today and tomorrow. I, Professor Manoj Kumar KS,
And I am Assistant Professor Ramya Janardhan, the Masters of Ceremony today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your precious presence.
absolutely, we would act as the beacon to guide you through today's invaluable intellectual explorations as we travel through insightful presentations and stimulating discussions. Let us remember that our purpose is to honor women achievers today.
We have achievers from different fields amongst us today to motivate and celebrate the womanhood around us.
Dear women achievers, we have insightful chief guest to enlighten us today in celebrating your hard work and achievement as well as a camaraderie that has been built over the years.
Without further ado, let us now start our program by welcoming the guest. I take privilege in welcoming Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, our chief guest for today. Ms. Natasha Sagar, the guest of honor. And our driving force, Dr. Veena K.N., Principal DSBA. And all the other dignitaries along with them today. I request Veena ma'am to escort the guests onto the dais.
Now, let us join our hands to the Almighty and seek His grace on us with invocation song by Anjali and Padmaja from BCA Patson.
मोदल वंदीपे निनगे गणनाथ मोदल वंदीपे निनगे गणनाथ बंद विघ्न कಳೆಯೋ गणनाथ वंदीपे निनगे गणनाथ मोदल वंदीपे निनगे गणनाथ ಆದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದ ಪೂಜಿಸಿದ ಧರ್ಮರಾಯ ಪಾದ ಪೂಜಿಸಿದ ಧರ್ಮರಾಯ ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಗಣನಾಥ ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ ರಾಜ್ಯ मोदल वंदीपे निनगे गणनाथ मोदल वंदीपे निनगे गणनाथ ಹಿಂದೆ ರಾವಣನು ಮದದಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ರಾವಣ ಮದದಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸದೆ ಸಂಹಾರ ರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಧ ರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮಂಗಳ ಮುರುತಿ ಗುರುರಂಗ ವಿಠಲನ ಪಾದ ಮಂಗಳ ಮುರುತಿ ಗುರುರಂಗ ವಿಠಲನ ಪಾದ ಹಿಂಗದೆ ಭಜಪೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಹಿಂಗದೆ ಭಜಪೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಬಂದ ವಿಘ್ನ ಕಲೆಯೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ಬಂದ ವಿಘ್ನ ಕಲೆಯೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲ್ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ.
Thank you, Anjali and Padmaja, for invoking spiritual aura around the event.
The symbolic movement of lighting the lamp signifies dispelling the darkness and igniting the thoughts and enlightenment. I request the guest to conduct this auspicious beginning as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the embodiment of knowledge. I request the guest to please light the lamp for today. I request the dignitaries of the dais to please join them. I request Rupashri ma'am to escort them to the dais, please.
ನನಗೂ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಹಂಗ ಏನೋ ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಕರೀತಾರಪ್ಪ. ಈಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲ್ ಬಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guest for leading this auspicious beginning, for reminding us of our collective commitment to knowledge, harmony, and progress.
Words of welcome fills one's heart with joy. I request the head of our unit, Principal Dr. Veena K.N., to address the gathering.
Shubhodaya, Namaskara, and a good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege to welcome all the esteemed dignitaries to this wonderful occasion of Women Achievers Conclave titled Women in Business, Profession and Society. Today on 8th of December and tomorrow 9th of December 2023. As we turn the pages of our history books, we get to know Razia Sultana, the first woman ruler of India, way back in 1236 to 1240, ruled India and predominantly in the northern part of India, and she conveyed a very powerful message that Indian women are no less to anybody. As we move forward in the history books, we get to see many more such prominent women. Rani Abbakka, Jhansi Rani Lakshmibai, Kitturu Chennamma and many more. They have shown the courage an Indian woman can have. And they fought against the enemies of this motherland and protected their citizens. And they don't need any more introduction. Their works speak more than anything else. When you look at some of the first women achievers in their respective fields, we recollect the first women to get educated and become an educator, Savitribai Phule, way back in 1848, the first doctor, Anandi Gopal Joshi, again in 1887, the first army officer, Captain Lakshmi Sehgal, in 1943, the first engineer, Miss Lalita, 1919, the first lawyer, Cornelius Rebji, 1849, the first actress in Indian cinema, Durga Bai Kamath, 1940, the first pilot, Durba Banerjee, 1959, the first governor, Sarojini Naidu, 1947 to 49, are some of the big testimony to the capabilities of women in India and of course across the globe. Even if you look at the recent achievers, starting from Indira Gandhi, who was recognized as the only man in her cabinet, and the recent most, if you look at Smriti Irani or Nirmala Sitaram, they are all achievers who led the path for others to follow. They have made a mark in the field that they chose to work in. However, there is still a need for women to show that they are capable and they are in a position to work at par with men counterparts. And they contribute again and again to indicate that they are no less. Today, on this occasion of Women Achievers Conclave, Women in Business, Profession and Society, we are glad, and I'm extremely glad to have some of the extremely achieved women in their respective fields with us. First, I'm extremely honored to have you all here. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and I know they are very, very busy in their own work, but so many stars here in one auditorium. Nice to have you all here. I'm so glad to have you all here. Thank you so much, and my very, very warm welcome to all of you. These achievers have proved that they are brilliant in the field that they have chosen to work with, and their contribution is going to have a long-lasting impact in the workspace and also in the society. With immense pride and pleasure, I take this opportunity to welcome all these wonderful women to this conclave. Our chief guest for the inaugural event of this Women Achievers Conclave, Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, founder and CEO of Tattvamasi, Coaching and Consulting Private Limited, has gracefully accepted our invitation to be the chief guest for the inaugural function. I extend a very hearty welcome to Ms. Sridevi Raghavan. Thank you so much. And actually it's our good luck, I would say, that she is here today. Tomorrow she is traveling to Amritsar for another event, and since we did not have the event organized tomorrow, we are glad to have her here today. Otherwise we would have missed her. Thank you so much for being with us and welcome to the Conclave. I'm also delighted to welcome Ms. Natasha Saga, our own Joint Secretary for DSI Group of Institution, to this Conclave. I'm very sure her presence will boost our morale and confidence. Thank you and welcome. My warmest welcome, I'll just start from the sitting arrangements, to Dr. Subhashini, who is with us today. Thank you so much for being with us. To Dr. Padmini, thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. Ms. Geeta, who is with us, thank you so much. Ms. Maya Sharma, thank you so very much. And Ms. Saujanya, extremely honored to have you all. Thank you and welcome to this conclave. We are all looking forward to your story and your success and your journey. We are going to be enlightened, and I'm very sure our students are here to take away a lot of very, very important lessons, life lessons with them after the discussions are over. My appreciation and welcome to all the participants who have registered and are participating in this conclave, and my heartfelt welcome to all my dearest heads of the department, faculty members, staff and student from both Dayanand Sagar Business Academy and Dayanand Sagar Academy of Technology and Management for being with us and being with us to resonate the cause and the theme of today's and tomorrow's conclave. I'm very sure these 2 days will enrich all of us and keep us motivated to excel in all the endeavors that we are going to take in our life and in the different spheres of our life journey. Looking forward to hear from all the achievers who are here to share their stories with us. Once again, welcome to all and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Veena ma'am, for such a warm welcome. It's my pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us at the conclave. Ms. Sridevi Raghavan is a founder and a principal of Tatvamasi Coaching and Consultancy Private Limited. She is one of the finest sales and strategy consultant and an inspiring leadership coach, who worked as a management professional with 2 decades of experience from varied background spanning from banking, career, real estate and automobile. She is a proud alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. She is an active member in Board of Governors. She is a recognized life coach in organization development. She is one of the sought-out trainer in the business. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our chief guest, Sridevi Raghavan, with a bouquet of flowers. I request our principal ma'am to do the honors. Thank you, ma'am.
I take privilege in introducing our guest of honor, Ms. Natasha Sagar, Joint Secretary of Diamond Sagar Institution, co-founder and CEO of THAP, an app for transforming mental health care accessibility. She brings a diverse professional background from being a financial analyst at Goldman Sachs to consulting projects in Nairobi and Barcelona. A graduate with an MBA from IESC Business School, Ms. Natasha holds a dual bachelor's degree from Arizona State University. As a lawyer, she specializes in digital and mental health laws in India, and her love for outdoors aligns with her achievements as a former international athlete with 18 national medals and 2 national records in athletics. Her insightful contribution have significantly enhanced the mental health infrastructure, ensuring supportive and judgment-free space for all the members of the institution. And her holistic approach aligns seamlessly with the institution's commitment to nurture not just academic success but also mental and emotional well-being of its community. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us on this occasion. I request Dr. Veena K.M. to present a bouquet of flowers to Natasha Sagar, ma'am. And I request our principal ma'am to accept a bouquet of flowers from Professor Kirti Shri.
We have a guest who are not only work to achieve it. It's time to get some motivation from an achiever or novelist. May I request our chief guest, Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of us. It's very blinding for me to stand here because it's a very star-studded galaxy out here, including all of you who are shining through and will also shine and lend a lot of light to this world. So there's a little bit of introduction which I feel we forget to tell when we are introducing the chief guest. It's always about the achievements, isn't it? We don't talk about the failures. So how about hearing a little bit of the lessons that I have learned from going ahead in life? Would that excite you this morning? Yeah, because you are really the chief guest and we are catering to you today. So this morning when I was actually thinking of what is it that I want to bring to the future of the country, and that's a lot of pressure in all of us as speakers as we think, what do we now tell the future of the country basis the past few years that we have had. And I was remembering a day, and this was about, I think a couple of years back, when my daughter was learning her history lesson by rote. You know, she had her exam I think the next day, and as usual she was trying to cram in her lessons in the last minute, and I could overhear her from the other room where she was learning about the early Vedic age and the later Vedic age. And then she was learning by rote, and she was saying, you know, in the early Vedic age women had equal power. In the early Vedic age we had women like Maitreyi and Gargi who went on to write huge philosophies on life. In the early Vedic age women had equal rights to religious functions and to religious rights. In the early Vedic age, women had access, to everything that a man had. And then it just kind of piqued my curiosity, so I slowly crept into her room, which she obviously does not like me doing. But still, I tried to, go and sit right next to her, and I kept working on my laptop because I was very curious about what she's going to read next. And then it said that in later Vedic age, there came discrimination against women. There was a lot of violence against women. There were a lot of practices like sati, etc., which women then continued to fight for and gotten abolished. It actually had me thinking, and then I kind of went in out of my own academic interest to try and understand what could have happened between this early Vedic age and the later Vedic age, that women had to regress in society. Any guesses? What was one thing that was taken away from them? Any guesses? Anybody wants to volunteer? The one thing that was taken away from them was the right to education. And today in this room as we sit, let's applaud ourselves because all of us sitting here have earned that right back. And it is this, my dear friends, which is now going to help us power forward and reclaim that history which actually is ours. So the first lesson that I learned in the last 25 years of working and in how many ever years of being is this one thing: be comfortable with conflict. A lot of C's that I want to try and give you today. So one is embrace conflict. And conflict does not mean picking up fights. Conflict means choosing your battles. Choosing that battle which is going to help you take one step at a time to establish the place which rightfully belongs to you. And for that, you are going to be faced with a lot of impediments, with a lot of roadblocks, with a lot of big giant iron walls. And at that point in time, you have a choice whether to be a good girl or to be a girl who can embrace conflict. Because it is a lot of societal conditioning that has taught us that women must be good. And we will have to undo a lot of that conditioning to tell ourselves that it is not a choice between good and bad. It is a choice on whether you are open to embrace conflict in life. The more you become open to embracing conflict is how you will start moving forward. Because otherwise, it's not like you won't go anywhere. You will continue to be where you are. And I continued to be in my comfort zone for the first 7 years of my career, where I was doing the same thing. I was in real estate, I was in automobiles, I was in insurance. I even had a brief stint, like I was telling Maya this morning, in media. But all those positions were positions of comfort. I was happy. I was cocooned. Anytime anything challenging came my way, I just chose to step back. Right? Because there is a lot of comfort in being comfortable. But if you really do want to move forward, you have to become comfortable with conflict. So that's the first C that I want to leave with you. The second C that I was thinking that I wanted to tell you about is don't change. Chip away. Change calls for something very drastic and sudden. A pupa did not become a butterfly in a day. A lot of people will talk to you about change management. Yes, they mean very well, they mean good. But what change management also does to us is it builds a lot of pressure in us. It kind of makes you believe that you are failing. But what is important, if you read the book Atomic Habits by James Clear, is he says take small, measurable, take small steps. So what is important for us as women is, can I go back to the early Vedic age and become exactly that woman? I may not actually see that in my lifetime. But what I can see is progress. Can I chip away every day? Can I stand up for myself every day? Can I keep moving forward? So chipping away. No sculptor has actually made a sculpture in one day. It happens because you kept chipping away. So chip away dear girls. The third most important C is in our life, you will have to choose a companion. And I don't mean a companion, just as a partner, a relationship partner, or an intimate partner, or in marriage. I'm saying you will have to choose companions for your entire journey. For example, this is your companion in education. You will have companions when you have to choose a job. You will have to choose your own circle of friends. Choose a companion who does not complete you. Choose a companion who complements you. We all try and naturally look for someone saying, I don't have this, she has that, so X plus Y is equal to Z. You are beautiful just the way that you were made when you were born. Whoever that you believe in, whether you believe in the universe, whether you believe in God, whether you believe there is a higher power, whether you believe in Shakti, the person who made you whole and complete exactly as you are. You don't need to be more complete than what you are today. But what you need is someone to shine the torch on you. What you need is someone to complement you. What you need is someone who believes in your dreams. There was a very small part of my life which I was sharing with them this morning. I always wanted to go to a premier institute to do my MBA. It was just a dream. And, today, standing where I am, I know every educational institution is doing their mighty best. But it was just a dream that I had, that I wanted to go to an IIM and study in an IIM. I came from a very humble background, and my father at that point in time could not have afforded that education. So I did my basic graduation, and then I went on to do my post-graduation in psychology. I also did an MBA, and I did it by correspondence through Annamalai University. And this dream always was there in my head that I should go to, or I could go to an IIM someday. After marriage, after having my second baby, which was about 10-15 years of my working life, I actually sat up one day and I said, my life is going to be incomplete if I really don't go to an IIM. Again, this is not to make an IIM or any other institution look big or small. It's just a dream that I had. And I'm lucky that I found support in family who was willing to water my dreams. I took a back to school moment at that point in time, and my life has never been the same again. Not because of what I learned in IIM, but because I learned that it is important to choose companions who complement you and not merely complete you, because you don't need to be completed. You are good just the way you are. The organization that I founded after 25 years of working in the corporate world is called Tattvam Asi. Tattvam Asi is the second Sanskrit Mahakavya. It means you are that. You are the God that you are already seeking. The entire power that you want to move ahead is already in you. So you choose conflict over comfort. You will choose a companion who will complement you. What comes next is that just you and your companion are not enough, right? You will always want to have a circle of friends, or you will always want to belong somewhere. Now again, it is a very human tendency, and it is a very, it's the nature that we have of survival, that we try and choose closed groups. A group of girls, a group of school friends, right? A group of college friends. The same department comes together, business administration will come together, engineering will be another section, or science will go together, arts will be another section. We tend to move around in closed groups. That is exactly how animals and humans have survived in the evolution of man. Just stay a little open. Try and force yourself to belong to communities and not closed groups. Closed groups are great. They do a wealth of good to you. But belong to a community. Push yourself to move into a community so that you stay open. You may not have to interact, you don't have to contribute, you don't have to take the pressure of belonging and showing and shining. But just belonging to a community will help you know what is the capacity in you. I had a huge inhibition about writing. Despite the work that I do, I don't know, for some reason, I had a huge, in fact, I should not call it writing. I should be very honest with all of you. I had a huge inhibition about social media. So I could never understand Insta. I could never understand LinkedIn. I did not understand why one has to be on Facebook. I had many failed attempts. If you go and look into my Facebook now, it's hilarious, the kind of pictures that I used to post initially, because I so desperately wanted to belong and be among the pack. Right? And then I kind of floundered, I fell on my face, I fell on my nose, and then I pulled myself back and say, no, this is not for me. But then my belonging to communities and just staying open to what others were doing taught me that I could just be myself. Who I am today, what I am doing, if I can put that out to the world, probably one person in 1 year could be getting inspired, just the way I was getting inspired with the stories that I was reading on social media. So my success came because I pushed myself to stay in communities, and even today I am now hungry for communities. So as soon as I came, I asked her, is there a WhatsApp group that I can now get into? Is there more people that I can get networked with? This is not, like I said, this is not because you are going to get something out of it. This is because you're going to grow as you keep doing it. Closed groups come with a limitation. Closed groups are already coming with a border. You stay in a community, you become an open system. You become fluid. You become like water. You take the shape of the container. And this August is when I started writing on LinkedIn. And today it does not matter to me who is liking my post or who is not liking my post. My writing is just an expression of who I am. It's just an extension of who I am. So with these C's, the last C that I'd like to talk to all of you about is embrace feminism. Be very comfortable with who you are as a woman. There is a reason why some of us are born the way we are. We need both masculine and feminine energies to complement this world. If you see the creation of the universe, there are two of them. It's called Purusha and Prakriti. So you need the masculine energy and you also need the feminine energy. The feminine energy is meant to be compassionate, it is meant to nurture, it is meant to grow, it's meant for creation. There's a couple of, and I was a leader amongst a group of 15 other male members who were leaders, and I was the only woman sitting in that room at that particular day. And I remember it was Navratri. And the next day was Navratri actually. We were having the Navratri and Saraswati Puja and Vijayadashmi. And there was a very aggressive meeting that was happening. We were obviously discussing some numbers on the charts, and everyone was very, very focused, and lot of adrenaline flowing in the room, lot of aggression, and I was also desperately trying to be the man in the room, as they say. But there was something gnawing away at me, and that was my mother-in-law's message which was coming on my phone, saying that she has called a lot of people for what we call as Tambulam or Haldi Kumkum on the Navratri time. And she was telling me that, we're going to have about 20-25 neighbors and friends and relatives who are going to come tomorrow, and she was checking with me saying, I hope you have taken off tomorrow. And I was actually squirming in the room that day saying, how do I go and tell this male boss that I have a very womanly thing to do? And also the fact that all my peers were men, right? And it makes you very awkward at that point in time. But I had to take my own learnings in and say that I will be that woman in the room. I will be that person in the room who stands up for the culture of the place. And it took me a lot against my own fear to actually, when he was discussing the next day's agenda. So we had a 3-day agenda. And when he was discussing the next day agenda, I actually stood up and told him, boss, I won't be able to make it because I have to be at home. And there is something happening in my house and I have to be there. He actually gave me a good look. And he said, thank you for asking, Sridevi. My wife was texting me too, asking me to be at home, and I didn't know how to tell you all that I'm going to cancel the meeting for the next 2 days. So be the woman in the room. Treat yourself with compassion. What compassion actually stands for is not that you just understand the other's point of view. Compassion actually stands for the fact that you understand your own point of view. Self-compassion is what we all need. And when you heal your own world, you heal the world around you. So stand up for yourself, bring in the femininity into the room, and become so compassionate to yourself that people around you actually start wondering, why are you so happy? And what does it really take for us to be that happy? The last but not the least, and I hope I'm doing good on time, the last but not the least that I want to leave you all with is choice and not compromise. Life will offer you a lot of situations. Life will offer you a lot of crossroads, whether when you'll have to choose left or right, yes or no. And typically as women, especially when we wear the garb of the good girl, we like to compromise. We do it for the peace of everyone. But remember one thing, my dear girls and boys, when you choose outer peace, you begin an inner war. And then that war expands in your own body. And that's a mutiny you will have to live with for the rest of your life. So make a choice. When someone says, what would you like to have for dinner? I'm not saying go rebel, but I'm saying make a choice. See what you would like to have for dinner. When someone says, which restaurant would you like to go to? Make a choice. See which restaurant you would like to go to. You may not get it all the time, but someone out there, or even if someone out there doesn't know, you yourself know what you really want. And at some point in time, you will have the power, you already have the power to give yourself that. But the day you compromise, the day you say, in order to keep the peace, I'm going to do something so that I will be appreciated and acknowledged for it, that's the day you have actually done great injustice to yourself. Adjust, I may want to adapt, I may want to adopt. That is very different from compromise. Compromise is where I smother my own feelings in order to make your feeling look better. I am okay to adjust with what you want me to do, but you must know that this is my choice. So make a choice, do not compromise. It was a complete honor coming here, Dr. Veena and Natasha. Thank you so much for this honor that you have given me, and I hope you're taking some of the C's away from today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those inspiring words, ma'am, of important aspects of life experience over the education, failure and fights, and embracing life, embracing conflicts, choice over compromise. Thank you.
I take privilege in calling the young and dynamic Ms. Natasha Sagar to say a few words about this conclave today.
Very good morning, all of you. I would like to see more men in the room.
I always believe, when we, I see my men walking in, wonderful timing. I always believe that when we talk about women and women's issues, men have to be a part of that conversation. We cannot talk about this without the other half. For a very long time, when we used to talk about women achievers, women doctors, women pilots, women lawyers, I always took offense to it. And I remember having this conversation at home once. I think there was another event on one of our campuses where it was for Women's Day. I was like, why do we have Women's Day? It is so offensive. And my father told me that you're a very privileged person. In a world designed by men for the benefit of men, when women achieve, it must be celebrated. We must make an effort to make this world equal. But when we see a woman breaking through the shackles of everything that is put against her, we must take a moment to celebrate it. The ground reality is we live in an unequal world. And for someone who's in their 20s, I'll give you an example. You're 20-something, you're single, you want to date, you get on a dating app. You ask a man, what is the worst thing that could happen? What is your idea of a worst date? He'll say, I don't know. Maybe she's going to be really boring, I'm going to be really bored, and I'll probably have to figure out how to get out of that date. You ask a woman what is the worst possible thing if she goes on a date through a dating app. What is her response going to be? She's going to say, I might get killed, I might get raped, and these are very, very real things. So we live in an unequal world and we have to be cognizant of it. I'll give you an example of a conversation that I had just about 2 weeks ago on this campus. One of the principals came to me and said, for our women empowerment cell, we're going to be having a self-defense class for all the women in our college. So that's fantastic. It's a great initiative. What are we doing about the men? I said, we need to have a workshop for men to say, one, it is not okay to attack women. Two, and most importantly, if somebody else is attacking a woman, you should not be a spectator. You need to go in, intervene, and stop it. Right? Because all the men that we know in our lives, not all of them are bad, of course. But how many of them will actively, intervene when something bad is happening to some woman that they don't know? That is something that we need to be teaching our men. Women empowerment is just as much of a responsibility of a man as it is a woman. And finally, I'd just like to end with, all of us, I think, need to take a moment in our lives to recognize that one woman who really changed the course of your family's history. For me, that woman is my grandmother. In the year, in the 1930s and the 1940s, when, our chief guest rightly mentioned that access to education for women was, almost unheard of. My grandmother went on to get 4 medical degrees. And I think that one move on her part has changed the course of history of my family. Today I get to stand here and say, I've gotten 5 degrees, and to me it does not seem like a big deal because the real struggle happened 2 generations ago. So take a moment to look at all the women in your lives, take a moment to celebrate the sacrifices they've done, so you get to sit here in this hall today and experience what it's like to be a privileged woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your enlightening words, ma'am, and especially about how a man and women should complement each other to form a desirable society. And last but not the least, your grandmother is not just your inspiration, she's an inspiration for each one of us here.
May I now call upon Professor Rupashri, HOD Department of Commerce, to propose a vote of thanks for the gathering.
Yatra narastu pujyante ramante tatra devataha is a famous sloka taken from Manusmriti, which means where women are honored, divinity blossoms there. And where women are dishonored, all actions, no matter how noble, remain unfruitful. This sloka explains the importance given to women in our country. I felt it is an apt time to recite during this auspicious occasion of celebrating women. Feminism is not accepting discrimination or bias as a blocker for success, but recognizing it, overcoming it, and becoming better and stronger because of it. There is no force more powerful than a woman determined to raise. With these few quotes, I would express my gratitude. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I am Professor Rupashri, Head of the Department of Commerce, feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. This is a momentous day in our college history as we have hosted this Grand Women Achievers Conclave titled Women in Business, Profession and Society for the first time at Danand Sagar Business Academy. I would like to convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest, and one such women achiever excelled in various roles was Sridevi Raghavan, co-founder of Tattvam Asi Coaching and Private Limited, for accepting our invite and gracing the occasion. Now, I request our Principal Dr. Veena Kayan to honor our Chief Guest with a small token of gratitude. Applause. Thank you, Veena ma'am. And once again, thank our chief guest for being with us today and sharing your experience, ma'am. Thank you for being with us. And I believe the gathering will take away the seas, whatever the seas us today. Thank you. My sincere gratitude to our guest of honor, Ms. Natasha Sagar, for her constant support for organizing such a special event in our college. We are blessed to have a dynamic young entrepreneur as our joint secretary who understands our thought process and facilitate in obtaining necessary administrative approvals for organizing an event at DSBA. Thank you, ma'am, for your support. A sincere pranam to all the esteemed women achievers from various fields who will be the major focus. Yes. My sincere pranam to all the esteemed women achievers from various fields who will be the major focus for accepting our invite and spending their precious time with us today in this inaugural program. Thank you for being with us. On behalf of DSBA, I express my appreciation to all the participants and students from various colleges who are present here and eagerly waiting to hear the success stories of the achievers and enrich their knowledge and confidence.
My heartfelt appreciation to our beloved principal, Dr. Veena KN, who is the creator of this event, for encouraging our team to work towards organizing this Women Conclave 2023 and making the dream come true and witness the grand sangam of women achievers from business, profession and society to share the role they have played in the growth of our nation. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of highly motivated, dedicated, enthusiastic faculty group working hard in organizing this event. My immense gratitude for their untiring efforts for making this event a grand success. Last but not the least, I thank all the non-teaching staff, student volunteers, the facilities team, the technical team, and housekeeping staff who work behind the scene to make this event happen. Once again, thank you all. And let us join in celebrating women achievers through panel discussion in our next session. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Professor Rupashri, to phrase our revered emotions into words.
Dear all, it's time to break for the tea. Let us assemble back in 15 minutes for the most awaited part of the day. And let's be prepared to get blown away by the wisdom, experiences, and stories to be shared. So let's all meet dot at 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much. Please enjoy your tea.
Thank you.
Sorry, correction. Let's meet at 11:50. Thank you so much.
Dr. Veena, there were so many goodies that you gave me that I feel like Christmas already.
ಯಾರಿದು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ.
This madam.
Ma'am.
ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಕೊಡಂತ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಕೂತಿರುವಾಗ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ. ಕೂತಿರುವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇರ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ನೋಡೋ, ಒಂದು ಕಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಒಂದು ಕಿಲ್ವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ. ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಂದ?
I will take the video.
ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೇಡ. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎರಡು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಗ್ರೀನ್ ರೂಮ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ.
One is not coming. Remove the. This is used. One more there. Use unused. She comes fine. If she doesn't come, let it be empty here. No, if she doesn't come, this corner seat will be empty now. Middle will not be empty. Slowly we remove it off.
ಸೊ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಚೇರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು
थोड़ा बैक करो.
बाहर मेरा यहाँ पर ही है.
Door is closed.
Sir? ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೋ
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಯ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಸರ್
ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾನು ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದೆ. Let me check one. Stevie ಹೇಳಿ ಇದು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾ?
Hello all of you. Just we are going to start the much awaited panel discussion within 2 minutes. So please gather into the auditorium and occupy your seats, please. Good afternoon, one and all here. Nari Samajastya Kushala Vastukaraha. Woman is the skilled architect of the society. I am Rajni DK from Department of Commerce and Management of TSBA. It is my pleasure to compare this knowledge sharing session. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for this esteemed Women Achievers Conclave. We are honored to have such an exceptional group of individuals who have excelled in their respective fields and are here to share their insights, experience and wisdom. This conclave stands as a testament to the remarkable accomplishments of women across various domains, showcasing their resilience, determination, and unwavering spirit to create significant impact in our society and beyond. Our panelists represent a diverse range of expertise, each with a unique journey and a wealth of knowledge to impart. Their presence here today is a testament to their dedication, perseverance and valuable contributions they have made to their fields. Throughout this discussion, we aim to dwell into thought-provoking conversations to not only celebrate achievements of these remarkable women, but also to explore the challenges they have encountered, the strategies they have employed, and the lessons they have learned along their paths to success. I encourage all of us to actively engage, ask questions, and absorb the wisdom our esteemed panelists have to offer. Let us use this platform as an opportunity to empower, inspire, and support one another. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to our distinguished panelists and to all of you present here today. Let's embark on this enlightening journey together. Now, I request my colleague Professor Nazir Pasha sir to introduce our first panelist.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Professor Nazir Pasha from Department of Commerce and Management of the Anand Sagar Business Academy. It's my proud privilege to introduce the distinguished panelists to you all. Firstly, we have Ms. Sridevi Raghavan, the chief guest of the day, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us at the conclave. Ms. Sridevi Raghavan is a founder and principal of Tatvamasi Coaching and Consultancy Private Limited. She is one of the finest sales and strategy consultant and an inspiring leadership coach who worked as a management professional with 2 decades of experience from varied background spanning from banking career, real estate and automobile. She is a proud alumni of Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and she is an active member in the Board of Governors. She is a recognized life coach with organization development. We heartily welcome you, ma'am. I request your gracious presence on the dais, and I also request Dr. Veena K.N., Principal of the Anand Sagar Business Academy, to welcome Dr. Ms. Sridevi Raghavan. Next we have Dr. Akkai Padmashali. Due to some personal loss of hers, she could not join us today in her absentia. Let us welcome her with a big round of applause.
next panelist to our panel discussion today is Dr. Padmini Prasad. Let me introduce herself here. Dr. Padmini Prasad is an MBBS MD in Obstetrics and Gynecology, Fellow from Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International, Diplomat, American Board of Sexology, ranked student throughout and has passed MD in Obstetrics and Gynecology with first rank and gold medal from Karnataka University. Her current position include various positions like Medical Director, Ramani Nursing and Maternity Home Institute of Sexual Medicine, Founder President, Bharavasi Charitable Foundation, Chairperson of India of Bangalore branch up to 2026, Advisory for Bangalore Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology 2023-24, Chairperson for Human Papilloma Various Infection Vaccination Committee, Bangalore Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and many more. She has more than 4 decades of experience in medical profession as a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. More than 3 decades of experience as sexual health consultant dealing with sexual of both men and women. She has been recognized as first qualified women sexologist of Karnataka. Started Ramamani Nursing and Maternity Home 38 years ago to cater specially to poor and marginalized patients. She has conducted various vaccinations and awareness camps. She is the recipient of 42 awards in felicitation at various levels, to name a some few. Karnataka Rajya Sabha Award 2010 from Government of Karnataka, Golden Lamp Award, highest award from Council of Sex Education and Parenthood, then Rani Chennamma Award from Government of Karnataka, Kempegowda Award from Bangalore Mahanagar Palike for 2003 in medical field for work on sexual and reproductive health and many more. She is the author of 9 books in Kannada and 2 books in English. She has written many articles and leading newspapers and magazines like The Times of India, Vijay Times, Vijay Karnataka and Deccan Chronicle, etc. She also has presented programs in various TV channels and in All India Radio. She is one of the most sought after faculty and speaker in national and international conferences. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Padmini Prasad, a visionary leader and inspiration to us all. Her exceptional contribution have reshaped the medical field. A gracious welcome to you, ma'am, and I invite you to the dais. I appeal Principal Ma'am to welcome Dr. Padmini Prasad with a flower bouquet. Okay.
Our next panelist is Rotarian Dr. Subhashini Ramaswamy. Rotarian Dr. Subhashini Ramaswamy is an entrepreneur by passion, HR by profession, and a doctorate in education by academics. A presenter, orator, speaker, designer, developer, and mentor of educational programs in engineering, management, agriculture, and architecture, with a focus to empower young minds from the ages of 6 years to 60 years towards building a learning city. She has successfully transformed more than 3 lakh individuals through upskilling and providing employment opportunities. For over 2 decades, she has been a specialist consultant in human resources, delivering programs and undertaking HR and operational projects for major corporations on a range of organizational and human resource issues. Originally from the Tirunelveli district, studied in Middle East and based in Bengaluru, India, and currently the CEO of Rare Minds. She has been recognized for her contributions in IBM, TeleDNA, Diageo, and many others from 1996 to 2018 in various roles. She is a certified Aon Hewitt Learning and Development Professional, certified CIPD UK, and has delivered training programs in technology, philosophy, and engaged in HR process, strategies, and systems pan-India, Middle East, America, and London. She has been awarded the highest award in Rotary, Service Above Self Award in 21-22. As the District Interact Chair 3192 has initiated 120 Interact clubs to empower government children and touch more than 50,000 children in Karnataka. As Charter President of Rotary Utkrishta District 3190 started in the year 2021-22, she has created a network of professionals of 200 plus members and completed projects towards youth vocational services worth 50 lakhs, and above that has touched more than 2.5 lakh beneficiaries. Also served as Director of Youth Services in Rotary E-Club of Bangalore 2021. She has served in many international and domestic industrial sectors like academics, banking, finance, constructions, e-commerce, FMCG, and many more. We are thrilled to welcome Dr. Subhashini. Her expertise, innovation, and unwavering determination as an entrepreneur have made her a role model for aspiring individuals. A cheerful welcome to you, ma'am, and I request you to ascend the dais with your elegance. I plead Principal Dr. Veena K.N. to welcome Dr. Subhashini with a bunch of flowers.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next panelist is Miss Maya Sharma. Miss Maya Sharma is an executive editor of NDTV Sound. She has been a television journalist for over 3 decades as reporter, anchor, and documentary filmmaker. She is a visiting professor at the Indian Institute of Journalism and New Media. She is a Fulbright scholar from Cyrus University, New York, and has won several awards for her professional work. Ms. Maya was a trained television journalist in India with training at FTII and CP Delhi. Maya was part of pioneering live telecast of election result in India in 1989, conducted by Pranay Roy's NDTV and Doordarshan, introducing a brand new way of covering election results, including live interviews with candidates and newsmakers. Ms. Maya's international assignments range from Africa to South Asia to Brazil to North America. Ms. Maya has reported on gender issues, crime, civic issues, business, sports, and environmental issues, with a special focus on wildlife, animal welfare,
an issue very dear to her heart. As an anchor, Maya has represented live national news bulletins and also discussion shows with audiences, including a weekly show agenda on issues facing Bengaluru and Karnataka. She is the recipient of awards and felicitations, to name a few: the Kitturu Rani Chennamma Award for Women Empowerment from Government 2019, Karnataka Union of Working Journalists Award for Human Interest Stories 2018, Chanakya Award for Media Personality of the Year, Public Relations Council of India 2017. Also, we are honored actually because DSPA also honored with Kannada Kanmani Award in 2020. It is with great pleasure that we welcome Ms. Maya Sharma to our stage. Her extraordinary accomplishment in journalism have not only broken barriers but have also inspired countless others. A cordial welcome to you, ma'am. My request to Ms. Maya Sharma to kindly enrich the dais with her graceful presence. I urge Dr. Veena ma'am to welcome Ms. Maya Sharma with flower bouquet.
Next, we have Ms. Natasha Sagar. Ms. Natasha Sagar is a joint secretary of DSBA and the founder and CEO of the Happiness Project, an app that makes mental health care accessible and judgment-free.
Now we have with us CA Saujanya GK. Ms. Saujanya GK, a chartered accountant by qualification, holds the position of founder and CEO at SGK Skill Solutions. Her educational foundation was laid at MES College of Arts, Commerce and Science, culminating in her qualifying as a chartered accountant in 2006, subsequent to an articleship at Deloitte. With a career spanning over 2 decades, she has garnered rich experience in the finance and accounting sector, having affiliations with multinational firms like KPMG, EY, and various professional and academic institutions like the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Bengaluru, ICFI Business School, Jain University, Christ University, Chandragupta University of Management, Patna, Goa Institute of Management. Her professional journey is marked by numerous recognitions. While at KPMG India in Bangalore, as part of advisory service team, she was honored with awards such as Rising Star, Above and Beyond, acknowledging her contributions to various multinational client projects. At IBS Bangalore, her role as a faculty member for MBA students was celebrated by honoring with IBSF Best Teacher Award 2014. Additionally, her talents extend to the arts with several awards in painting competitions at state, national and international levels, alongside achievements in quiz, debates and other scholars collaborations. In her current entrepreneurial role, Ms. Saujanya focuses on consulting and upskilling initiatives for students, corporates and business owners in the finance domain. Her consulting portfolio encompasses a wide range of projects in accounting advisory, particularly in areas of US GAAP, IFRS and Ind-AS convergence and compliance. Ms. Saujanya's involvement in bridging the academic-corporate gap is evident in her initiative for commerce students, focusing on roles like analyst, executives, consultant, and audit assistant. She has conducted various management and faculty development programs at academic institutions and universities. I am delighted to welcome Ms. Saujanya, an outstanding achiever whose innovative spirit and remarkable achievements continue to inspire all of us. Welcome and thank you for gracing us. Ma'am, I request you to kindly elevate the dais with graceful presence. I call upon Dr. Veena K.N. ma'am to hand over the bouquet and welcome Ms. Saujanya.
We have with us Professor Renuka, Assistant Professor and IQAC Coordinator at DSBA as a moderator for today's panel discussion. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And I also request Dr. Veena K.N., Principal DSBA, to also be a panelist. With the consent of all the dignitaries on the dais, the panel is open for discussion. Hello.
I'm Professor Renuka, your moderator.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. A warm wishes to everyone. I am Professor Renuka, your moderator, and it is my honor to welcome each one of you to this insightful panel discussion on women empowerment featuring distinguished panelists from diverse backgrounds. Today, we are fortunate to have accomplished women who have excelled in business, profession, and society, offering unique perspectives on their empowerment journeys. Our conversation will delve into the nuances, challenges they have navigated, the importance of diversity, the impact of societal stereotypes, and strategies for achieving a harmonious work-life balance. As we explore these themes, we aim to unearth valuable insights that transcend conventional narratives and contribute to a more enlightened understanding of women's empowerment. Let us embark on this enriching dialogue, fostering a collective understanding that goes beyond the surface and shapes the future narratives of women's empowerment. So with the permission of the panel, I'll begin this panel discussion. May I request our respected panelists to share brief opening remarks to set the context for this panel discussion. I start with Ms. Saujanya ma'am.
Yeah. A very warm good afternoon to one and all. Am I audible? Is that the energy? That's the first thing in the context. We are supposed to have an energetic crowd. So the context is, I think we would want to share our life experiences with you. We would want to share our wins. We would want to share our challenges and give you a lot of awareness as to how you can take something from our experiences and be prepared to your experiences. Would that be a generic context? Okay, so I think going forward, it's going to be very exciting to hear from all of us because I think everybody who's sitting on the dais is coming from a varied profession. And everybody has worked on specific causes and we've been a part of specific sectors and domains. I think it's going to be a very exciting thing because all of us are going to share from our own experiences and from varied domain. So we would want to have more of the discussions where we can help you to become aware, empower and prepare you for the coming days. Thank you.
Any question? Yeah, ma'am. We would like to hear from your the opening remarks to set the context for this discussion.
when this conclave was being formed, I was wondering why is it women in business and why not men in business? And why is it that we're not talking about humans in business, profession, and society? And I was thinking that is it that bad a situation that women are not into business so much that we have to promote it in so many ways and in so many talks and so many speeches? We have a man here who's probably helping a lot more women and men in equal, right? So while I was thinking of all of this, I also delved back into my past and understand where I come from and what are the kind of hardships I must have gone through. But then I thought about it and I realized that men equally went through those kind of hardships, maybe a little bit of a variance, different issues that they might have handled, but the hardships tend to remain pretty much the same. This discussion is for, I think, all genders, irrespective of who is trying to do what. If you're not in business, if you're not in profession, if you're not doing anything for a society, and if you're going to be a homemaker, this one's for you as well. I think this is more from a perspective of as long as you are a human and you are living, I think you will get something out of this next 8 speakers that were sitting over here. We'll have enough to share with you for a lot to take back. Some may be meaningful today, some may be meaningful in the months to come, and some of it might take a few years, which you may forget in between, but you will definitely recall them when the time comes. So with that, I really request all of you to hear and probably do a little bit of as much as active listening that you can, because you don't know when you're going to need what. With that, thanks in advance for being a very interactive and participative crowd.
Thank you, ma'am. Maya, ma'am, we would like to hear from you on this theme of panel discussion. What would be your opening remarks for this discussion?
I do wish that in 2023 we didn't have to have a separate focus, a separate session talking about women who have achieved in different fields. I do wish it were so, but it isn't. The reality is, now it's on.
Yeah, no, it's not. Okay. I do wish that were the case, but we also have to accept the reality that it's not. It is in many ways still harder for women. I think that most of us here have been very fortunate. We have been privileged to have been given the freedom, the support, the encouragement that we need. But I think the reality for most women around the country is that it's just that much harder to do what they have to do. And like I said, I wish it weren't the case in 2023, but it still is. In my field, media, in television media, you will see a lot of women. It is one field really where it's so young in India that men and women have been
there at the same time. But this is an exception, it's not the rule. The microphone off again. This is an exception, it's not the rule. And there are two aspects to this. One is women working in the media, but also what media reports. That is also extremely, extremely important. You'll find still that most of the experts quoted are men. You'll find still that most of the politicians we speak to are men. That is another way in which the change has to happen. I'm very happy that it's women and men here in the audience, because it's a conversation for everybody. Women's issues are not women's issues alone, they're issues of humanity. And while it is utopian to think that we're all equal, we all have the same abilities, but it's still a little bit harder for women, and I'm hoping that from what we discuss here today, we can find ways through, but not just us, but for others who are having a harder time.
Thank you, Maya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Shridevi ma'am, you have such a wonderful context for this panel discussion in the morning with your inaugural remarks. Would you like to add anything on this further? So, check. You really want us to be heard? I can speak now. Check, yeah. Yes, so thank you so much for, I really had a lot of time to speak and I do believe that I've covered most of it. So I just want to wrap this up in a line about what meetings like these, what seminars like these mean to me. For me, this is not about chest thumping feminism. For me, this is more about how can we infuse femininity into everything that we do in this world. How do we bring in the optimum mix of masculinity and femininity into what we do? That's what I am, that's what I keep wanting to do for myself and for the rest of the world. Hello? I think this is audible. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. We would like to hear from Dr. Padmini, ma'am.
Ellarigu namaskara. A very good afternoon to you all. At the outset, I would like to thank Dayanand Sagar Academy of Business Academy for giving me this wonderful opportunity to meet so many achievers, women achievers, and to listen to their stories and learn a lot from that. It is more of an interactive session. We learn from others. As Madam was telling in the morning, we have to complement each other. You cannot be the whole. So you learn from others, you be in the group and you have to connect with others and learn from the others' experiences also, which can add to your enrichment or the knowledge that you can have. And this is a wonderful way of recognizing, appreciating the women who have done something, and that itself is a biggest honor for all of us. So that you have recognized us as an achiever and today you are presenting us. Thank you very much for that. And today's women really should feel happy to a certain extent at least, because more than 100 years of struggle by the women. So that's why we celebrate International Women's Day. More than 100 years, if you look into that, the condition of the working woman or the condition of the women was really pathetic. They fought, they went to the streets, they fought for a piece of bread, for the equality and the right to vote. And to come out of four walls of the house to the public, really it took a very long time. And today's girls and women should feel happy. At least we have got some amount of freedom and we are doing something, and many girls are getting educated, getting jobs, doing wonderful all over the world, and they are making a mark and achieving. And that sort of with a fierce competition, knowledge and information, and with the progress of technology, and lots of things have been done, and still today, but in spite of all that, there are very unfortunate women and girls over there in the society who have not been given a proper chance or who have not been able to make a mark, though they have got so many, they may not be having the proper opportunities. So it should be within you. Nobody can give you anything. You should have that force within you, a fire in the belly and passion in the heart, and urge to do something and to give it to the society. That is the greatest thing, that the motivation has to come from within you. You may be a poor, you may be coming from a agricultural background or a rural place or an urban place, and within your limited opportunities, if you have got an urge to come up and do something and make a difference in the society, that is the achievement that you can feel proud of. and naturally other things will follow automatically. And in that context, I really appreciate the Dynamics of Business Academy for arranging this, so that at least the girls will know how the struggle can be in spite of the struggle. And some may be very fortunate to have a good background or good support system, but most of them do not have that. And in spite of all the difficulties and the challenges, how you can do something, that is what we are going to learn today. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Padmini. Now, I request Natasha ma'am to share her remarks on this. Yeah, ma'am?
Good morning. First of all, let me again welcome you all for this panel discussion. I'll just start with this one quote. There is a statement which says, educate a man, you are educating an individual. Educate a woman, you are educating a family and a society. And very well said by our opening remark guests in the morning, the chief guest and the guest of honor. Ms. Natasha said was very candid in saying that like it's the grandmother's achievement which changed the path of the family itself. Same is the case with every one of us. We are very fortunate enough to have education and sit here today, are qualified to sit here today. But there are many, many women and many, many girls out in our country and maybe outside of our country also in the world who are not so fortunate. It's our duty and our responsibility to ensure that whatever privileges we have got, at least a bit of it gets passed on to the not so very fortunate girls and women outside. Let's put our hands together in helping them to achieve something in their life, and whatever they are willing to do, at least a bit of it gets realized in their lifetime. With this opening remarks, I think I'll pass it on to Natasha.
I think for me the purpose of a gathering like this and an audience like you is to ensure that you learn from our journeys a little bit, to make sure that these kind of gatherings become pointless in the future. What I mean by that is that we have a society, like Ms. Sharma rightly said, that where we see both men and women as equals.
Thank you. With those remarks said by our esteemed panelists, let us move to understanding the student life learning and the early career learnings of our speakers, reflecting on words inspired by Mrs. Sudha Murthy's wisdom. Dream big, as dreams have the power to come true. I request our panelists to share their student days and early phase of your career profession and how these initial experiences contributed to shape you as the achiever and the inspiration that you are today. I would like to begin with Sridevi ma'am.
Student days.
Student days and early career.
Right. I'm just going to narrate one incident from my student days. I went to a very normal school. The name of the school is Spartan School in Chennai, Annanagar, Mogaper. It was a school founded by the wife of an ex-colonel in the army, and she started the school in the terrace of her home, and then she kind of developed the school. So I was also one of the students who was the first batch of class 12. So there was a lot of pressure on us to get good marks, because the school's reputation was kind of hinged on us. And I was very shy at that point in time of the stage and speaking, but she encouraged me a lot to go up on stage and speak. And my first speech was written by my grandfather. He was in the army. My grandfather wrote my first speech that said, "Charity begins at home." I still remember by rote everything that he had written in that speech for me. All I had to do was go stand on the stage with my hands at the back and deliver the speech and come back. But then I developed the confidence to speak from that point in time. And my grandfather passed away when I was in my class 12. And I remember auntie, we called her Big Auntie. So Big Auntie called me into the principal's cabin and she said, Sridevi, how would you like to pay a tribute to your grandfather who has helped you harness this very important skill? I didn't have an answer. She said, I want you to go and attempt as many inter-school debates as possible. So I just went on a spree, I just went on participating in a lot of inter-school debates. When you get 50, 100 rupees, it was a lot of money. And I made about 1,000 rupees in a year. And I came back and gave it to her. And she said, Shri, and I'll really choke when I say this. She said, I'm going to institute an award in the name of your grandfather. So even today in my school in Ananagar, Chennai, there is an award that is called the S.R. Menon Memorial for the best student, for the best outstanding student in English. And that came from that little 1,000 rupees that I built. And that, I think, is the impact of teachers. I'm very emotional when I see educational institutions and teachers. And for all of you sitting here as faculty, that is how you're going to inspire the students who are coming to you.
Thank you. Mayama?
Well, I think learning through life is a kind of ongoing experience. I'm still learning now. But since we're talking about school and college and maybe early years of just three things I'd like to share. One is that I was not, as a child, desperate to be a journalist. It was not, I thought I'm going to go up and become a television journalist or a writer. I actually did my science degree. I did CBZ, chemistry, botany, and zoology. After that, I thought, you know what, I'm not sure if I want to go on dissecting animals. I love animals. I don't want to cut them up. And I had a friend who had done mass communication, and I'd always liked writing. I was very shy. I could not speak publicly, but I'd always liked writing. I thought, why not try journalism? So the lesson I took from that was, it's all right if at this stage of your life you're not quite sure what you want to do or what you want to be. Because all these decades on, I've not regretted my career choice. I've loved it. But I had no clue, even at your age, that this is what I was going to do. So that is the first lesson, that you can find out through life experience what you want to do, what your passion is. Secondly, like I said, I was very, very shy. If you told me that as a child that I'd be making my living talking in front of a camera, talking to people, talking to a country, not the nation wants to know, but anyway, talking to the people and giving information about what's going on, I'd have said, no way, I can't speak in public, I can't talk to I'll never do that. So that is one more thing which I think was a learning in the early careers. And in my very first live interaction, I was speaking to Lawrence Fernandez, who was the brother of George Fernandez. I know you're all very young, but some of us know George Fernandez. And this was my very first live. It was part of an election coverage. And I was looking at the camera, and suddenly I thought, there are millions of people watching this. And I just... So he was talking about, things going wrong in one of the constituencies. So there had been some ballot, there was something wrong going on. And I asked him, or I tried to ask him, which constituency? And I couldn't get it out. I said, and then he smiled down and said, constituency? I said, yeah, that's the one, that's it. And that kind of taught me that you can go on from it. It's all right to make mistakes. It doesn't matter. People are not there judging you, saying, oh, look at her, let's never watch her again. It's all right to make mistakes, and people will step up for you as well. He was very kind that day. So it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to be unsure. Okay? And like I said, we're always learning. We're always going on with what we need to do. The third learning is that when I was a young woman traveling across Karnataka, we used to stay, I was with Doordarshan initially, so we were not staying in fancy places. We were staying in inspection bungalows. Sometimes there was no power. Sometimes there was no water. Sometimes it was very, very difficult. But the team, we worked as a team. And that would be the third lesson, really, from the early days. You're all part of a team. We are all complete individually. We all are. But the team really complements you. It has skills and ways that will make the total product better. So that teamwork is really something. And even here in college, I'm sure you're all part of a team when it comes to your projects, when it comes to your classes. So that would be the third lesson that I really got when I was a young professional.
Thank you, ma'am. Subhashini, ma'am? I think there were two parts to this question. One was about your learnings, the other was about dream. I'm from a Tambram family. I grew up in the Middle East, which means I think luxury was my life. I don't think I saw any kind of competition. I don't think I saw any kind of demands, necessity, no, nothing. So study was okay, everybody's going, so you also go and get into the line. And we all used to go to the same school from the same campus. And I think I'm an example of the worst possible student a teacher could get. I was in every parent-teacher meeting. I think my mom or my dad was called. I don't think I ever studied anything as such for any test, semesters, nothing. I would only study for the final exam because I had no choice. And I didn't want to stay back in the same class. So that's the kind of education that I have had, and I've always been told by my teachers that I would probably do nothing in my life. I also realized today that I have blacked out several times during any classes. I've also realized that I've had ADHD, but it was never identified at a very early stage, because those days you either study or you get hit. There is no question of something is wrong with you. So why am I sharing this with you is for you to understand that while I have gone through years of people telling me that you cannot do anything, you will probably just get married and probably divorced also, I never understood any of it. I never understood why we were going to school. I never understood why we had to study history or social science. I never understood what we were going to do with those advertisement things that we were given as assignments in English. When they asked me to do a program, I think it was a debate or you had to do some recital, suddenly I was given a recital assignment of doing something in Hindi, and I was there opening a book and trying to read a Hindi poem, and I just didn't know what I was doing there. So I don't think the first 12 years made any sense to me whatsoever, all right? After which I'm now trying to figure out what do I do, and I think my dad was always concerned about, oh my God, is my only child, what is she going to do? And when I said I want to become a pilot, he was like, no, I don't want the plane to crash. Okay, I was like, okay, well that's the course, right? I mean, you got to figure out how to become the pilot. And then I said, okay, I'll go in and join in the fashion industry. And I remember saying that, no, I can't send you over there because there'll be too many men. I'm like, okay, what's the connection? And I'm telling you, I was a very, very, very naive person, and I never understood the logic of all of this. I also realized that my father had money to support one really high education, and by cultural acceptances, it was my brother who was elder to me. He was the first right, to get in that kind. And I wanted to go to London and finish my, or do my further studies. I also managed to find out that I lost a paper in the grade 12th, and it was in business communication, which was very funny. I never figured out how that could happen. And I didn't know that you could actually evaluate papers. And by the time I figured out, the evaluation time had gone by, and I reappeared, and then I scored an 82. And we then figured out that, somebody in the system told me that earlier also it was 82 and it was printed as 28. Right, but anyway, life was life. So moved on. I lost those 6 months, and then it continued. And I said, okay, let me do some degree, because I was not going to study for 8 years and get into the medical stream. I thought, I got 12 years was good enough. Another 8 years is something I cannot even dream of. And my dad said, no offense to Sarjana ma'am, my dad said, why don't you become a CA? I was like, oh my God, all those numbers, I don't think I can deal with it. So this is how I felt about everything, especially in education. of course, today I'm a doctorate in education, and I had damn good reasons of getting into that by choice and, of course, by chance. It was because I set up the 9 village social learning centers in the heart of Nilgiris, where 1,000 children study every day online. And this happened before pandemic, so I know that through the pandemic programs, they were able to continuously study, and we've got an IAS officer coming out from there soon. So, yeah, that was chance and by choice. So thank you so much. I feel so happy when I talk about that village. We also have a couple of doctors and CAs also coming from there. Okay? So the reason why I want you to introspect is, around you, through you, there are a lot of people who will continuously let you know that you can, you cannot, you should not. That choice should be yours. At some point of time, believe that you can make a difference. When my dad kept telling me throughout, don't dream big. These were the sentences he used. Don't dream big. I want you to think normal. And normal was go to school, come back, and whatever is required to do in terms of house chores. And I'm sure a lot of you resonate to it. There's nothing wrong in house chores. I've done it all my life. I still do it. But I think I want to give you this one small example of how one of my companies today is in existence. Is when I was in grade 7, and I'll keep this short, when I was in grade 7, since I had nothing to do, okay, it was a desert, yeah, Dubai back then was a desert. So when I had nothing to do, I wanted to eat Bangalore, that chow chow, I don't know what you call it, the Bangalore chow, that vegetable, the green one. It was my favorite. And 40 years back in the Middle East, you don't really get all of those. Apparently, we did get, but it was from Holland. And I had to pay 10 dirhams for one, and I didn't think my dad was very excited about buying one, vegetable for the whole house. So once I managed to go back to India, get the seed, and then I grew it, and it was there in the pot, and I got 3 that came out of that produce, that single plant. My father was working at the Sharjah Cements. That's where he was working as a production engineer. And at that point of time, I told my dad, Dad, can I have 10,000 square feet of cement pit? And he was like, what? And he didn't get it, because even I didn't get it. I didn't know how to sell, but all I wanted was a really huge cemented pit at the backyard, which was just sand, construction sand out there. And I asked him, can you give? He said, no, of course not. I cannot go and ask the factory for free cement. I was like, okay, this is not going where I really wanted it to. His boss, who was our neighbor, was really nice. So I went to him after a couple of weeks and I said, Uncle, can you do and help? And he says, what? I said, आप पीछे एक spit बना दो ना cement वाला, हम लोग बच्चे सब उसको use करेंगे. He was looking, and he was always very nice to kids, I thought. So he then said, okay, fine, मैं GM से पूछता हूँ. GM, back those days, everybody was British only sitting at the top, okay? You really don't find Indians sitting at the top, and especially a cement factory, so no chance. So you had to go to the British, who was a GM, I still remember, and there was another Australian guy, and they somehow, it took them 3 months, but they got permission for that cement pit. All I wanted to do was to get an organic garden at the backyard. अब मुझे नहीं पता था this would become a fad 20 years later. But it took me about 12 months plus another 4 months to do a few things. One, get that cement pit ready. Then go to the government of Dubai, fight with them and get the soil from them, because you obviously need soil. I can't use the construction sand. Then I had to come back to India, summer holidays, I had to come back to India and gather all the seeds that I want. All because I wanted to eat some good stuff. This is just the focus. And I didn't know you're not supposed to carry seeds in the plane. So I did that and I got caught, and at the airport customs they took all the seeds and they kept it with themselves. I said, ye kya ho gaya? So again went out, did all the drama, and everybody was as usual annoyed with me, and I went out. Then I reapproached the government of Dubai, and there they helped me get the seeds from the customs. after it was tested. I think I got back most of it, probably about 2, 3, it never came. I don't even remember what they are, so I said, okay, chalta hai. Whatever we got back, we got back. But that was the start of being able to get Indian vegetables at our backyard for a period of struggle for about 1 year plus another 4, 5 months, and then another 9 months for the cycle to happen to actually get produce. Okay? And that served the purpose for 250 communities in that area. That was just the start. But it could have been the full stop even before it started had I given up at the pit stage, or the fact that the soil is not there, or the fact that the seeds never are going to come back home, or that the sun was so strong and I had to do so many things to make sure that we're able to get Indian produce. So whatever you happen to dream, right, figure out how to make it happen, figure out how all your surrounding negatives can be made into positives. Figure out how when somebody says no, you can make a yes out of it. If not today, probably years down the line. Right? Thank you.
So the entire experience sharing is around from the childhood, school and college education. Coming to my experience, school, college was normal. I never used to have great affinity with numbers, even though my profession has a lot of numbers in it. And all of us are sharing shocking truths. So one of the shocking truths for my life is I was never good at subjects like accounts when I was studying. I never used to understand only. See, so I never used to get those balance sheet tied. So if you are sitting like that, be happy. Nothing will happen. You still have lots of time to, correct it and work on it. But right now I'm somebody who has finished that exams, done some professional qualifications in the same domain, and later on when I started teaching out of choice, I realized we're all looking at that with a very different perspective. Change the view, I think the entire, situation changes. So when I was studying for my CA, I had to clear those exams because it was something where I couldn't disappoint my father. And I chose not to disappoint him. And I said, I'm not going to quit, I'm going to study. Just keep looking at that, subject or the numbers. I realized, okay, why is it hard? Okay, where is this number coming from? Where is it going? Why is it going? Then I realized it's not so hard. When I started teaching, as Padmini ma'am was saying, we learned from each other. There was this, director in one of the education institutions where I was working. She said, why don't you teach accounting with an accounting equation format? That's a different concept. So that's a different way of looking at the subject. And when I started teaching that, I realized it made so much of difference to students. The entire concept of accounting became simpler. So if somebody is struggling with a particular subject, maybe that becomes your bread and butter later on. You never know. So I was not very comfortable with numbers. That's my main occupation, profession, and I love teaching accounts now. That's my favorite subject, and I love making it simple to others. So what you feel is something what you're not good at is not the end of the story, is what everybody's story is telling. Right? So you just have to look at it under a different perspective and see how you can approach the same situation with a different view or with a different kind of an effort. So going back to my experience, when I started studying, I realized that this was not very hard. And when I started teaching the same subject, and I said I was doing all of it in a wrong way. So that was the first one. That was the first kind of an experience which I want to share from my school days, college days, till now what I'm currently doing. The second kind of a experience shared from my school days, college days is, back then we had a lot of questions when we started working in the industry. Right? What will be the expectation? What are we supposed to do? So once you finish college, as Maya ma'am was telling, that if you don't know what you want to do in your career, you will still figure it out. I think
current situation, current generation have got a lot of good resources to understand what you can expect in certain sectors, certain job roles, certain job profiles. And one of the situation I want to share is, once I finished my education, I started working in KPMG, and I was a part of accounting advisory services. Then later on, I started to decide to go on my entrepreneurship journey. So, CA, working in KPMG, I was teaching for a while, for about good 7 years, full-time faculty out of choice. I used to love all my sessions, all finance subjects, all specializations, everything. Then I said, I'm going to become an entrepreneur. That was the most difficult phase of my life. What will I do entrepreneurship in? I can do CA, I can do audit, I can do tax, I can do consulting, I can do insolvency, I can do restructuring, I can do internal audit, I can do mergers and acquisition, I can do investment banking. All of it was possible. So I had problem of plenty. Now I really had a tough time to decide which one I'll focus. Then I think I realized, what is it that I'm happy doing? What is it that I am normally very creative when I'm actually involved? That was my starting point, which helped me to decide what is it I'm going to do for the rest of my life, and I'm going to be happy about it. That was learning solutions and consulting. That's when I said, can I make a difference to the others by helping them to understand finance and accounting in the most practical way? Remember, accounting was my scare. I never used to tally balance sheets. Right? Now that became my passion. So, as we go on, it's very important that we keep our options open and say that right now this is a kind of situation, but this too shall pass. Keep your options open, continue to keep learning all through the journey, and figure out what makes you happy, makes your strength. Very, very important to upskill, and I think that's what we all have done. We all have upskilled ourselves in our own domains. I think that has helped us to sail through. So these are the two things which I want to share. Keep your options open and always look at a particular situation with a different perspective. That will always help. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to hear from Padmini, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks for all that inspiring stories. So in different backgrounds, how you can excel whatever opportunities that comes on your way. I was born in a ordinary middle class family with a big joint family, and my father only earning member. Not like I was born in golden spoon or silver spoon. Still there was some amount of orthodox feelings and some amount gender bias, in the sense there is no need for the girls to have a lot of education. It's okay if you just study SLC or one graduation. In any case, you will get married and go to some other house. So that was the type of thinking those days. But my father was always very hardworking, strict disciplinarian. And initially he also had the same feelings that it's okay if the girls get educated, a little education if they get. I studied in Acharya Pathshala, Baswangudi. Early schooling I had it there. And he was just for earning purpose, he has to stay away from the house, working in different places. We used to stay with the mother and the other joint family. And he was not allowing me to go for any sports, extracurricular, not even allowing me to read storybooks, because they think you will get spoiled if you read storybooks. And girls should not go and then go for some sports and here, there. Still those feelings were there those days. But when he was away, I was always participating in all the sports activities. I was the captain for so many kho-kho, badminton, tennis, and name anything. I used to go and participate in all the dancing, debating, everything. And I always used to come first to the class and always scored 100% in maths. So I was right from the beginning teacher's pet. But those days I didn't have as though I have done something great or getting marks. Read everything from A to Z in the book. And whatever questions that comes, you write or answer everything. So I used to get full marks. And the difference between the first rank to the second rank was almost a total amount of one subject. Even if I did not sit for one subject, I used to be first rank. So that way I used to answer. And when I showed the marks card to my father, he used to be very happy. Oh, you have scored so much. So that's all. And even I always used to get the all-rounder prize in the schools. And then he was an engineer. I had to move to North Karnataka because he had to go there. There each year he was getting transfer. So I studied in all small places, different places. But there also, then once I got a rank to the university in PUC, then he told me, no, you should become a doctor. I will send you to the medical college because you will get the CT. Because those days giving donation or spending so much money, all that was out of question. So when I could get the seat easily, then I said you should go. There were only 4 medical colleges those days, only in Bangalore, Mysore, Ballari and Hubli. Because he was closer to Hubli, so that he could come and go at the weekends, and then we stayed with the mother. And my father always used to stay outside, sacrificing so much, staying alone. Similar way, my mother sacrificed so much for my brother, sister. We all had very good education in Hubli. That is another education center. And so that's how my medical career started in Hubli Medical College. I passed out from Hubli Medical College, both undergraduation and post-graduation, MD Obstetrics Gynecology. So in that also I came first to the university, got a gold medal in Obstetrics Gynecology. So I was interested in medicine and other subjects. Those days for girls, it was not thinking that you can go to engineering. Very few. Sudha Murthy was our professor's daughter. She was the only girl going to the engineering college. I used to enter the medical college campus. She used to go out from there to Bumreddy Engineering College carrying one drawing sheet, and we used to talk for some time, and then she used to. So that was the situation. And even taking some other surgery, orthopedics, and now the girls are there in all the subjects where only boys used to go. So then I thought then, because most of my patients will be women and children, so let me take gyneco, because I could get a seat in any subject. So gyneco obstetrics I had to choose, so that's how I became a gynecologist and obstetrician. And then after marriage, I had to come to the Bangalore again. So 6 months before examination, I got married. All my professors used to be, they were very angry that you are disturbing your studies, got married, where was the urgency to get married? So then I got the rank and the gold medal, then they all kept quiet. Because one of my professor who was close to, who was liking me, and I was his pet student, and he's one of his family friends happened to be the Dr. K.N. Prasad. He is a PhD in information sciences. So somehow with his mediation, I got married to him, because they are another middle class family with another set of problems, family problems. Even in childhood, I had a lot of tensions and problems, in the sense my parents were cheated by his own people. He lost everything, and with so much little money, and with his determination, he had to bring up 4 children. So that's how the usual problems for the middle class families. So then after coming, started working in different places. I even worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years. Nursing homes, I started nursing home, Ramamani, to commemorate the sacrifice made by mother. So my father said we had to keep her name. That's how the Ramamani nursing home had come up. Then next turning point in my life was the entry into sexual medicine field. Because it was in 30 years, 35 years back, it was unthinkable that somebody will talk about sex or sexual matters. And this is just a chance. That time when I started studying or teaching, I never thought that I am going to do something different, or I am doing something different. It is just an accidental entry, and God's will or destiny probably. That is the path less traveled by, they say, no, that made So everyone's question was that you are a lady, how is that you came to this field? How, because only men talk about these things, why, how the woman can talk about sexual matters in the society? That time I never thought, because I was a gynecologist, obstetrician, the whole family, along with the lady, whole family used to meet me. So I used to understand their emotions, relationship, how much the ladies are suffering. And so many used to tell, I am not enjoying anything, my husband is not looking after me properly. And there's so many family problems which affects the interpersonal relationship of husband and wife. And one aspect was the sexual life of them. And also the social factors, cultural factors, how it was affecting that. And also this, when I looked into those things, I was thinking whatever knowledge I have is not sufficient. I must have in-depth knowledge to help them. And I spoke to other specialists also whenever people, my husband is having diabetes, husband having hypertension, we are not able to stay together properly and all that. So when I discussed with other physicians, surgeon, endocrinologists, nobody could give me a satisfactory answer. So that is the time when I thought, no, I must only get a proper knowledge in this field to help my patients. So that is how I just started studying. 5 years I studied the subject. I hardly slept during night times to get all the knowledge about that. And then I became a member and fellow of Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International. And Dr. Vatsa, you all must have heard, he was writing in Bangalore Mirror about that column. So famous, he died at the age of 97, 98 years. So that is how, so he was the real inspiration to enter into that field, and I did some story. Then I started realizing all that when the another turning point is about Dr. Purnima, who was the Udayavani's chief editor. She brought out one paper in the Wednesday, some the additional newspaper. For that she wanted somebody to write and start new things. She is my childhood friend in Baswangudi, right from that. She so told me, just if you do something, it is like any other fake sexologist who put the board in dark places and then misguide people. People should not think like that. Whatever that you have studied, whatever that is your knowledge, that should reach the public. Because you are studied in a scientific way and the medical way, and that should, the proper ethical thing should reach the public. So I became a forcible writer. I was never a writer, and I never thought that I will write so many books or become columnist in the newspapers, magazine. For 22 years I wrote in Udayavani about the Saukya Sandhana, question answers I wrote. And people used to tell me in the morning, as soon they were waiting for that paper, only after reading that paper they used to wash their face and then go for brushing and other things. So there was a need for the people to vent their emotions. Most of the intimate things that they wanted to tell, I had lot of students, high school students and college students, who used to, the gunny bags full of letters I started getting. I have got most of them about this, their growth, the body image problem for adolescents. Then my growth is not all right. About the masturbation, about the premature, about this nocturnal emissions and the growth of the girls and premature premarital relationship, adolescent behavior, HIV, AIDS. And I had a boyfriend. Now we had physical relationship. Now I am getting married, what to do? So much of anxiety, tension for the students. They were unable to take exams, unable to write exams, failing in that. So students, they all came to me, they started coming to me looking at, and that another thing is about the media. Because once then came to know that I started writing in the newspaper, all the media, one after the other, news channels, TV9, I started, and the TV9 started, I was the first person to start that. 5 years I did that ladies club. And then Suvarna News, this BTV, public TV, all the channels, Doordarshan and All India Radio, on sexual and reproductive health. So one after the other, looking in one place, the other one. Like that, it became a chain reaction. And that's how people, even if I go to a smallest village, people come and ask me, tell me. Even when I go abroad, people come and ask me the way you are explained to us. So the dignity attached to this subject, never ever you should feel obscene about this is a part of your body, part of your life. And there is no need for you to feel uncomfortable, feel that it is an obscene thing. So right from the growth, sex, because there is a misconception about the sex and sexuality. What our people think, a good, value-based, culture-appropriate, healthy sexuality teaching. There is so much of objection from even the government has not recognized about the sexuality education in schools and colleges. So many, their growth right from the birth till death, all the different phases of life, their childhood, adulthood, puberty, growth, sexual relationship, pregnancy, childbirth, menopause, everything are the different dimensions of sexuality. This because they think sexuality education is about intercourse education or how the babies are born. This is the misconception. But now their children are exposed to pornography, blue films, getting addicted to the blue films and to the mobiles, and then this irresponsible sexual behavior, unwanted pregnancies, and premarital sexual relationships, and also abortions and other things. And the sexual abuse, which is so very common in our society. And unless they have the knowledge, proper knowledge about their own body, they have knowledge about the sun, moon, and what's happening outside and what's happening in the moon, but they don't know what is happening in their own body. That is the pathetic situation. That is because the body is working, the hormones are working, the brain is working, they have got an urge, but they don't know how to control it, and they don't know what is right, what is wrong. And there is nobody to guide them. It is not there at home, or it is not there in schools and colleges. That is the need for the children to know, to take proper decision, protect themselves from sexual abuse, all these things. So it started coming up in the society, what is happening. All these things I started talking in the television and answering questions on sexual and reproductive health. That is how the acceptance from the public. Initially, when I started, our professional people, doctors, did not accept me. What is that she knows, as though we do not know. But sexual health is not taught in whether undergraduate courses or postgraduate courses. It is not. Here and there, little bit of the things about the body parts, hormones, and other things they study. But they don't study sexual health, relationship, the counseling, morals, ethics, and all that about that. So that was the importance which was needed for the society and for everyone. Because sexuality is an integral part of every individual. That is how the importance came. That without knowing anything, that I may make some difference or I may do something in this field, just accidentally I entered into this field. And that became a chain reaction, and it is still pushing me to do more, talk more about these things. I have talked adolescent education and sexuality in so many schools and colleges. And the children, the way they ask questions, so many things are there in their mind, but they don't know how to express it or where to get help. And that's why so many suicides, so many problems, and depression, anxiety, running away from home, getting victims of sexual abuse, all these things are there. So once there is a healthy sexuality, healthy understanding, and taking your own decision on your body and understanding your body makes a lot of difference, and that gives a lot of self-confidence to do certain things. So I really thank all my family members. My father, who is the pillar of strength, who was there till 97 years, he was with me helping in everything. My mother is there now. My husband is a very nice person who is always cooperative and always encouraging in whatever I do, and he has helped me in writing books and then eating. I just used to scratch and then give it to him. He used to edit and then send it in a neat way to for printing and other things. So I thank him also. I thank my children who are always there. And with all this, my busy work, I was always there for my children and in all their activities, except in cases of emergencies where there was no other go for me. But I used to adjust my timings, which will suit when children were sleeping, I used to do operations. I used to adjust my consultations. And early morning, I used to take them for all their extracurricular activities. So somehow, once you prioritize things, the work-life balance and other things will not be a problem. So do whatever you do have, you should have that discipline and sincerity, and you should have that passion. You can really achieve a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to hear from Natasha, ma'am.
All right. I had a fantastic childhood. I'm very privileged. I realize that more and more as I meet more people. I went to an all-girls school, so again, there was no gender discrimination. All of us were fantastic. I spent a lot of time outside of school than I did in school. So I spent 6 hours in school, and I spent 6 hours in the stadium while I was practicing for my track. So most of my formative years and my, early, life lessons, so to speak, come from the track. And I think my biggest takeaway is that don't be complacent and don't let success get to your head. That was my biggest takeaway. And I got this at the age of 13, right? I'm this 12-year-old kid who started training professionally. And within 6 months, I made it to the state team. In my head, I'm thinking, I'm amazing. Nobody can stop me. Within a year, I win a national medal and I get my first national record. 1 year. So in my head, I'm like, I'm amazing. I deserve a day off. So national medal, my nationals was held in Shimoga. And because it was in Karnataka and I was from Karnataka, it was a big deal. I was on the front page of all the newspapers and I was ecstatic. Came back to Bangalore the very next day. I said, you know what? I deserve a break. I'm going to take a week off from practice. Didn't show up to the stadium for a week. My coach called home. I was petrified of my coach for no good reason. He's an angel of a person. But as it is with your teachers, you do have that, that element of fear. I wouldn't talk. My mother would be like, why don't you just tell him that you want to take a break? And for whatever reason, I didn't talk. 1 week later, I went back to practice. And he basically said, where were you for the past week? I said, no, we just came back from Shimoga. I just won the nationals. I don't know if you saw the paper, And he said, so what? I said, I wanted a break. It's been like I've trained hard for a year and I wanted like 5 days off. He said, you won nationals. You have to prepare for next year. Just because you won last year doesn't mean you'll win this year. And that was such an eye-opener for me to not be complacent. And I think the fact that I got that lesson in my very first win really changed my view on success, and it really changed my view on what it means to work hard for every success, irrespective of what happened in the past. So that was my biggest learning.
Thank you. That was wonderful initial life experiences shared by our esteemed speakers. I think we all all present here, we could relate with those experiences. That's why we were enjoying and, we were just looking at the things. We all also, it is matching almost. So many things were matching and we could relate with those experiences. Thank you so much. And next, we would like to listen from you on your professional journey. Could you share some important, significant moments which are the sources of pride and accomplishment, and how these experiences have shaped your evolution as a professional? I would like to start with Sridevi ma'am.
I know we are all hungry, so I'll try and make this quick. There was once one of my professors called me and asked me, so what are you doing these days, Sridevi? And at that point in time, I was a branch manager in a private sector bank, and I wanted to kind of make it sound very big to him, So I said, I'm the branch manager of this bank, and there are about 40 people reporting to me, sir, because I really wanted to make that sound very big, There are 40 people reporting to me. And he said one thing very sweet to me that day. He said, Shri, the day you know that 40 families are discussing you on the dinner table, you will do a good job. And that was the hardest lesson I've ever learned. Thank you.
My job, I've been very lucky in my job to have met such a wide variety of people. Again, you're all very young, but I have met Nelson Mandela, I've met Mother Teresa, I've met the film stars, the biggest Indian film stars, I've met Hollywood film stars, singers like Sting, that was luckier for me. People I've met them all. I've met artists and writers. But I think the people who have made the most impression on me are the ordinary, I'm using that term, the regular people I meet, the people in a village, the people in a slum who are somehow getting by, who are showing the courage to just live life cheerfully under the circumstances, doing what they can. And I think that has been the biggest privilege for me in this profession, is the variety of people that I've met. Not just the rich and the famous and the successful, but the ordinary person living their lives the best way they know how. And I think that has been a huge teaching for me, that we cannot take our own little worldview as the way the world is. Everybody is so different.
I think a lot of you have heard me before. So I run 5 companies today. And of course, I started as the software engineer. And with great struggle, after not getting an opportunity in Infosys, I found, I cleared 7 rounds, but I didn't get the job because I was not a BE by academics. But at every point of time after each company that I must have worked with, I realized that I'd probably be doing something better than just this. The first company comes in from the HR consulting recruitment training, which is also my profession. It's been so for the last 25 years. The second company is in the agri sector, which came after the HR company came in, because you remember the story about the Middle East, the chow that brought it all about. So that's how the second company came in, and the Bangalore Metro added a reason for me to ensure all the terraces in Bangalore and all the terraces in different cities where Metro was going on was refurbished completely. Today, of course, we focus on creating live biology labs for schools and not the dead ones that we never liked, right? That's from the agri sector. I also started, I think once when I went to Tripura with my family, Northeast with my family for a general vacation, I found that the basket, these small tiny baskets which is made out of cane bamboo, costs only about 5 rupees, and what we get at Bombay store in Bangalore just costs 250 rupees. So I started a e-commerce portal. Thankfully, the tribes of the skill from the central government who focus on tribes have been able to support that entire space, and that's how the third company came in play. The fourth company, which was more focused on quality and audit, was when I realized that while trainings are popping up, when HR consulting firms are popping up, not all of them really deliver what is supposed to be delivered. The quality was falling off drastically, and that's how the fourth firm came up. I think the fifth one is a typical software web development company which started because the government wanted some project to happen, and that just cropped up like that. I don't think I started any organization with an intent to start a company. I think opportunities came, the need was there, the necessity was there, and I said, oh, okay, what the hell, let's just start a firm. And I think for every firm, the struggle has been its own way, but the struggle is there. The struggle has been there, the achievements have been there, and every achievement, including the one that I really want to talk to you about this,
Last night I was in Chennai, I was coming back. The Tamil Nadu government skill development had called. I was working on a project for them for a while. The tender has come through, the pitch has happened. I've won the project, and this project work, it's worth about 20 crores. However, the effort that went into that 20 crores in the last 2 months is nothing compared to the effort that went into the last 10 years to make this happen. So the important part here is, again, the same aspect which I was highlighting a little earlier. Small bits of your life will come into play at a different phase, at a different stage. It's for you to figure out how to bring all of them together. And today I felt, yesterday was really a wonderful moment for me, because 10 years of something that I've been working with all the educational institutes, literally pan-India, trying to tell them, please don't spend money on 5-day trainings, it doesn't get you anything, has successfully been implemented. The model has been implemented now by the Tamil Nadu government. We're in conversation with the local government as well. But to get that order, it has taken those 10 years. So don't give up, don't give in, don't let go, keep going. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of discussing accomplishments, there are two categories I would want to say. One is the tangible accomplishments, where we get the awards, recognitions for our efforts. Like I got the Best Teacher Award when I was into academics, or I'd got some awards in KPMG when I was working as a part of my projects there. But I think the more so accomplishments which we always have to keep in mind is something which drives us to do more. The accomplishments would be those which gives us motivation and fuel to actually be better at it, be more comfortable and be more happy about it. So one of such kind of an accomplishment I would want to share is, I realized that most of the students are not very comfortable with basics and fundamentals. If there's a commerce student or a student who is doing some courses, undergraduate courses, postgraduate courses, the immediate focus is, I need to finish this subject, do it in the exams, get my scores, I'm sorted. I'll go and apply for a job and I'll ask X amount of salary and I'll get it. But the point here we are missing here is, we are supposed to study to understand the concepts and be upskilled after we finish a particular course. That somehow I felt is kind of lost, because the entire environment or the kind of thinking goes is, let me finish this exam, let me finish this course. And I'm like, great, I'm ready for the job market. So I said I was into full-time academics for some time out of choice, and into the industry out of my professional qualification. So it helped me to understand the reality and the expectation of both the worlds. So when I saw this at a very close, opportunity to firsthand see the reality and expectation, I realized, can we do something to bridge both of it? Then we came out with the course saying that, can you make a industry ready? Give you some scenarios in the Excel and make you industry ready. So we came up with a course known as Finance Role Readiness Program, and it became a very, very good, popular, mode where we help students to understand the subject in a more practical way. And when we saw our students saying that, ma'am, I never knew accounting could be so exciting. Financial management, accounting, costing, all had to be looked in together. I think that was a sense of accomplishment, saying that, yes, what we saw as a problem is now actually never a problem now. That is a more of a accomplishment which helps us to do more. So that is something which I want to share, that look at, for all the students who are studying here, one main thing I would want to try, never study your subjects in an independent way. This is accounts, this is commerce, this is financial management, this is costing, or somebody who is doing administration, okay, this is marketing, this is HR, and this is finance. All of it have to be seen in totality. Because when we look at something as a role in the industry, everything put together is what is required to be, applied. So that was a sense of accomplishment which I want to share, because I think that's the need of the hour. Look at it in a way which has to be received. So what is the expectation of the industry is a small change in your viewpoint which will help, is something which I realized, and I want to share and help you all to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was wonderful piece of advices and experiences shared. Before we empower others, we have to empower ourselves. In the symphony of self-empowerment, what measures can a woman take to empower themselves in various professional and personal arenas? So I'd like to hear from Dr. Padmini ma'am.
So you mean to say work-life balance? Yes, self-empowerment. Okay. Yeah, so we have to empower ourselves. Women's empowerment comes with so many things, right from the food, education, health, and the independent thinking, economic independence. So once you have got those things with you, and freedom to take decisions, and the family involvement, and if you can, once you have that education, and earning capacity and standing on your legs, automatically that gives you a lot of self-confidence to do things. So that itself is an empowerment. So Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao is a very apt term. In addition to that, we also add Beta Samjao. So all these things are important. So whatever you do, right from the childhood, when you bring up children, no gender discrimination in any field, whether it is the food, education, entertainment, or for the jobs, encouragement should be same, both of them. And nowadays you are hearing so much about this female feticide, and then so many are caught during doing this scanning and also aborting the female babies. So because there has been a gender bias in our society right from that, there is no, we always say, at least give her the chance to be born, come to this world. No death sentence in utero. So if that mindset is taken out and given a proper opportunity, because it is also start from the individual and the society and the family all put together. So many of the deep-rooted things or the ideas which are there in the society have to be rooted out. And for us, because some of them opportunities, some of the struggles, some of the difficulties, but those days, looking back only now, because they said you had to see what's your journey and all that, I just sat and thought what all happened in my life. Otherwise, those accept life as it comes was my motto always. I never grudged anything, even if my friend is having good dresses or good home and then eating well and all that, we never grudged. We accepted our life. Yes, our family is like that and our resources are this much and my parents are struggling. Okay, I will be according to the circumstances. That was my mindset right from the beginning. And whatever that came on my way, I did it with all the sincerity and also determination. And I always used to dream big in the sense I used to see when some chief guest used to come to my school and talk so nicely and so such a good oratory skill. I used to wonder how they can speak like this, how they can stand like that and that. So those days, whomever I saw as chief guest, I have shared the stage with them after I grew up. So this automatically, initially, as Maya Sharma was telling, I was scared to talk or anything like that. So that initial hitch will be there, even beginning of the TV programs and all that, little hesitancy, because most of them were live programs. What questions they may ask and how I have to prepare. So we don't know what question to prepare for. It has to come spontaneously. Because of my life experiences, looking at different people, looking at their struggles, families. So that's how today I can say I can do the counseling work really in a good way. So that is how with all this, the lot of appreciation and the love affection which I got from the public, that was the greatest thing, greatest award. And because to give back that love affection from the society, I have started this Bharavase Charitable Foundation, where I am doing lot of health awareness programs, conducting free mega health camps. In some of the camps you have seen 1,000, 2,000 women, and creating awareness, cancer detection, and free vaccinations to prevent the diseases and treating them and then listening to them and giving them support. That is the biggest the award or the appreciation the gratefulness and the love affection shown by the public, that is the biggest achievement I can say. Leave alone all that, whether it is Rajyotsava Award or Rani Chennamma Award or the Golden Lamp Award or the awards from so many organizations, Rotaries, Lions, but the love affection from the public or the people, that is the biggest award I have got. Okay, I think after listening to all of them, I'm taking a very important cue with me, I think. It's always the women who will empower the other women. There is nowhere we get to hear the fight between a father-in-law and a son-in-law. It's always the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. Mother-in-law is scared of daughter. Whatever is the situation. So I think it's always the women who can help other women to empower, and taking the life lessons that we have heard from all the panel members. Never give up. Always have self-confidence, and obviously you may not have clarity about what you want to do, how you want to do for the next 5 years or 10 years, but definitely it will help us to take up every challenge in front of you as a opportunity and move forward. And whenever we help each other, there is nobody to stop us, right? I think that is my key takeaway, and every women growing in their field is an achievement for all of us. That's what I think.
I think when it comes to seeing how we empower ourselves as women, I think one of the things we really have to look at is, for some reason, women have this tendency of having a higher imposter syndrome than men. I have no idea why that is. So I think as women, if we want to empower ourselves as women and other women, just be more confident. Know that you are just as good as the next person. That's it.
Amazing, yes. One key takeaway or one suggestion that you would like to give for our young people? One very, very important suggestion that you think our youngsters should know?
Yeah, it's done. All of the students here, please upskill on any one or couple of the skills. Upskill yourself so that you get financial freedom. That's going to give you a lot of opportunity and confidence to go ahead. Very, very important. That's the key message. Upskill so that you get financial freedom. Thank you.
I think women should maintain the authenticity of the fact that you are women. Continue to be, don't have to compete with men. Don't have to compete with women also for that matter. Do the right thing, don't give up, and keep your entire mind as open and growth mindset as possible.
I would say, it may not sound like a very business-like quality, but I would say compassion. Compassion for those around you, compassion for your colleagues, for your family members, and, as you pointed out, compassion for yourself. I think if you can keep that sense of compassion and kindness in your work. Is it more a female skill? I'm hoping lots of men are also compassionate and kind as well. But it is considered a very feminine trait, and compassion and kindness will get you a better life. A better life, all of you, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman. Compassion and kindness would be my message.
Thank you, Maya. Break the condition, break the societal conditioning. In a room, if a cake is being cut, you don't have to volunteer. Everybody knows to cut cake, everyone knows to eat it too. So wait for your turn, the cake will come to you.
The youngsters, now you have got a good opportunity. Your parents have taken so much of the parents' struggle is there. They are trying their best to give you the best education. You understand your priorities, education, hobbies, and standing on your legs, getting a good job. Don't get into the unnecessary high-risk behaviors which will spoil yourself, your future, and also the parents' dreams. So utilize the best opportunity that has come to your way, and that is the best thing. And you have to compete with yourself, not necessarily with, as they said, not with other women or with the man. We are not, we both men and women are equal, girls and boys are equal. We are not competing, we are complementing with each other, and we are not women activists or then like that when we are talking that. We are same. That's why now you must know that there is a she, he has been removed. It is the person. Even the court language that recently I read that they have removed that words. Yes, she and he has been removed. It is the person. Whether you are he or you are she, don't bother about it. You are a person. You have got your own capabilities, dreams, future, opportunities. Make the best use of it. Thank you very much.
I think my advice to all the young women out here is be more assertive. I just want to give you a small example. Last week, when I was on campus, I had one of the HODs come in and talk to me from one of the institutions, and they said, Ms. Sagar, I am having a bit of a problem. I said, what? No, there's a rumor going around about me saying that I'm too strict and I'm very, too tough. I don't give any leeway. I said, so what? She said, no, they think I'm very strict and I'm too uptight. I said, I wish people thought that about me because that is a very big compliment. You're being assertive. There's nothing wrong with being assertive. If it were a man, people would have said, he's a very good boss, he's very strict. But if it's a woman, they say, no, she's too strict, I don't want to work with her. Don't let that affect you. I always say that, you should grab your seat at the table, don't wait for it to be offered to you. Thank you.
It was a wonderful panel discussion. Keeping the timelines in our mind, we conclude this panel discussion. I am grateful for the insightful contributions from our esteemed panelists. Their wisdom has undoubtedly illuminated the path to genuine empowerment, challenging stereotypes, and fostering inclusivity. Let the shared advice be a guiding light for personal and professional growth for all of us. I extend my sincere and deepest gratitude to our panelists. May the seeds of empowerment planted today flourish in a more equitable future. Good day, and may empowerment continue to guide us all. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Really, it's a wonderful discussion happened here. I hope everybody has taken fruit of this discussion. Now, I call upon Nazir Pasha sir to conclude the panel discussion with his thankful remarks.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. An ignited mind is the most powerful weapon on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. And this is got through education. No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to have the pleasant task of proposing vote of thanks for this knowledge-sharing occasion. On behalf of the Anand Sagar Business Academy, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this panel discussion an immense success. Our deepest appreciation goes to our distinguished speakers and moderator who shared their invaluable insights, enlightening audience with wisdom and inspiration. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Sridevi Raghavan for being with us today and sharing her views on developing confidence, dedication of teachers, significance of hard work, achievements, and breaking the conditions. Thank you so very much, ma'am. We are delighted to have you here amongst us. You made our day. My deepest sense of gratitude to Dr. Padmini Prasad for her kind presence and sharing her thoughts on reformation at family level is essential. Interest in any chosen field, knowing one's body and having empowerment and understanding the priorities in life. Thank you so much for being here. I now request Dr. Veena Kane, Principal Dr. SBA, to present the token of gratitude. Great pleasure to thank Ms. Maya Sharma for her gracious presence and being so insightful about it is all right for not being right always. Upskilling and teamwork, variety of lives and compassion. We are so grateful to you, ma'am. My deepest sense of appreciation to Rotarian Dr. Subhashini Ramaswamy for her elegant presence and for dispensing her inclusions on dreaming big, perceiving innovative ideas into reality, journey in array of professions and her ventures and open and growth mindset. Our grateful appreciations to you, ma'am.
I know this is so beautiful and so nice.
I extend my warm gratitude to Ms. Saujanya GK for being here and sharing her thought-provoking insights on keeping options open, changing the perspectives, accomplishments and upskilling. Thank you so very much, ma'am, that we had you here today. My special gratitude to Ms. Natasha Hitsagar, the youngest member on the panel, for her valuable insights and contributions to the panel on complacency, importance of hard work in every success, significance of confidence in empowerment, and being assertive. Thank you so very much, ma'am. I also thank Dr. Veena Kane, Principal, Dayanand Sagar Business Academy, for contributing her valuable thoughts on never giving up, confidence, helping each other to empower. We are grateful to you, ma'am. I also thank Professor Renuka, moderator of today's panel discussion. Thank you so very much, ma'am. A special thank you to each attendee for your presence, enthusiasm and active participation. Your contributions have truly enriched the discussions and added depth to this conclave. Thank you all the attendees. We are in the management team of DSI, whose generous support made this conclave possible, allowing us to celebrate the accomplishments and aspirations of extraordinary women. I thank the management members from the bottom of my heart, and we hope you enjoyed attending the panel discussion as much as we enjoyed putting it together. Thank you all for joining us and being part of this celebration of women's achievements. Your presence and commitment have made this panel discussion unforgettable and a resounding success. Thank you all once again. See you all after lunch break at 2:45. Thank you so much.
That will be a quick bite because I don't know how I'm going to do it. It will be some act of God. Yeah, sure, but then we're really running out of time, so if you can be very quick about it.
She had to leave in a hurry.
Like, I don't know how I'm doing.
Yeah, I can. You're already there? Yeah. Okay. And be with her, okay? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Send. Chavi is out. Sir. ಲೋಚನ ಕರೀರಿ.
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೌಸ್ ಕೀಪರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೌಸ್ ಕೀಪರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ನವೀನ್
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್ ಪ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ ಅವರು ಜರ್ನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ
ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ನೀನು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ
ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಈ ಫೈಲ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇರೋದಾ ಇದು?
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಫೈಲಾ ಈಗ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಏನಿದೆ
ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ
ಭೂಮಿಕಾ ಒಂಚೂರು ಎಲ್ಲ
ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕವರ್ ತನ್ನಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನವೀನ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ
ಸರ್ ಮೊದಲು ಇದನ್ನ ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಸರ್. ಹೋದ್ರೋಗ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲೇಟ್ಗಳು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ
ಅವ್ರು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು
ನೀನು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಮ್ಮ. ಇದೊಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಕೆಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ಆಯ್ತು. ಇನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಬಕೆಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಇದು
ಏನ
ಆ ನಾಲ್ಕು
ಕನ್ನಡ ರ್ಯಾಪ್
ಅದು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಕನ್ನಡ ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಚಂದನ್ ಸಟ್ಟೆ ಮೂಡೆ ಮೂಡು ಬೆಕ್ಕಿಗೆ ತಲೆಗೆ
ಆಗತ್ತಾನಪ್ಪ.
ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಭೂಮಿಕಾ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಡಿ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ
ಆ
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
ಫೋಟೋ ಕೊಡಿ. ಒಳಗಡೆ ಫೋಟೋ ಇದೆ.
ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹರ್ಷಿತಾ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ
ಹಂಗೆ ಮೂರು ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಟೇಬಲ್ ತೆಗಿತೀನಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರು ಯಾರು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ ಟಿಶ್ಯೂ ನಾಳೆ ಇದೆ ತಾನೇ ಇರೋದು ನಾಳೆ ಇದೆ
ಇದೇ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಸರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ ಇದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು
ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾವೇ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿನಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸರ್ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ರು ಅವನು
ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರು ಇದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಇಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದೊಳಗೆ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಬಾಟಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ಲಾಸ್
ಬಾಟಲ್ ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ನ
ತಗೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನ ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಹುಷಾರು.
ಬರಲೇ
ಇವಾಗಾದ್ರೂ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ
ಸರ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ತಿನ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ವಿವೇಕ್ ವಿವೇಕ್ ಬೇಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಸರ್.
ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇದು ಲೈಟ್ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಗ್ಸ ಸರಿ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಕೋರ ರೆಡಿ ಸರ್
ಸರ್ ನಂಗೆ ತೆಗಿ
ಬಾರ ನೀನೇ ತಗ್ಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಬಾರ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
ಕನ್ನಡ ರ್ಯಾಪರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ
ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಬರಪ್ಪ
ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ.
ಮೈ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೈ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್
ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಈ ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಕೋರ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿ ಎಸ್ ಐ ಟಿ ಇದು ಕಾಣಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇವೇ ಕಾಣಲ್ಲ. ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದು ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಡಿ ಎಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ಫುಲ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಫೋಟೋ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆಯ್ತು ನನ್ಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೀರೋ ನನ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ತೆಗಿಸಿ.
Even I want to stand.
ಓಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
See, many times I showed you didn't take even single pic.
ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ವೇಟ್
ಫೋಟೋಗೆ ಅಂತ ಪೋಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬಿಡುದು ನೀವೇ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋ ಥರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ನೀರಿನ ಬಟ್ಲೆ ಎರಡು ಸರ್ ಚೂರು ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋಗೆ ಏನು ಪೋಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು.
ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ
ಹಾಕಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಹೌ ಇಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಓಕೆ
ಸರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ನಂಬರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾಂ ನಾನು ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೆಯಾ ನಮ್ಮದು 8123 57 67 81. ನಂಬರ್ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಸೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನೀವು ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫೋಟೋ ಸೇವ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಅದೇ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ.
ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ
ಓಕೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ತೆಗಿತೀನಿ. ಫೋಟೋ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಒಂದು 3 ಮಾತ್ರ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಬ್ಲರ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಇವ್ರು ನೀವು ಕಳಿಸಿ ಸರ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಾನು ನಂಬಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಗರ್ ತರ ಟೂರೇ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ನ. ನನ್ನ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲ.
ನಾನು ತೆಗ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ತೆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ನಾನು ತೆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಹಾಂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ.
ಏನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಬಿಡು.
ಸರ್
ಹ್ಞೂ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 001
ಅದ್ರ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಐತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
ಹೌದು ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀರಾ? ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಮಾಡು.
ಬಿದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ ಹಂಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
ಇರ್ತಾರೆ 4 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ
ಒಂದೊಂದೇನಾ?
ನಾಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ನಮ್ಮದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡು ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
old photos sent.
ಒಂದು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾಂ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ.
One more, can you take me?
Yeah.
I'm new to return.
Like the face like this and
Sir, photo.
yeah.
ಯಾರು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ.
One more.
Thank you, madam.
Photo right?
ತಗೊಂಡ್ರವ್ರು ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ.
Okay, sir. One more. Like this. Photo right?
ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಕುಂಬಲ್ಲಿ.
This see we are posing. One more last time.
ನಾವೇನು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ತರ್ತೀಯಾ? ಅಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
Yes, sir.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ Then screen ಅಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ screen.
You know, if you send the photo, you can. Online.
ಬಟ್ ಗಾಜಿನ ಬಾಟ್ಲು ಅದಕ್ಕೋ
ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಎತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಏನು ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ
ಸರ್ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಸರ್
ಏನಾದ್ರು ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ತೊಗೊಂಬರ್ರಿ
ಅಲ್ಲಾರು ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ
ಈ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್
ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಮ್ದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟೆಡ್
ಇದ್ಯಾರ್ದಿದು ನಜೀರ್ ಸರ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು
ಡೇ 2 ಏ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರಪ್ಪ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ನೀಟ್ ಐ ಕಲೆ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್
ಆಂಟಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ